Sounding a tiny bit late, but it's not as bad. Not as bad as it could be. It's only 18 minutes. I was doing some stream stuff, making some clips from VODs and stuff since they're gonna delete all the VODs in April coming up. So I'm trying to get everything recorded and saved and make, clips that I can. Yeah. I decided to have the playlist be on the website, the Bandcamp website, instead of on the actual app itself, since it's just easier to I don't have to manually play each song. I can just let the playlist play normally. But as you can see, I'm playing this. I'll still reference what playlist I'm using, starting from the beginning. I never really finished this. Alright. Let's start this. Should be able to finish this today. It's MK's hideous ultimate form, Demon Head Mobster Kingpin. The fan islands disperse. It's gonna be kind of annoying to have the damn thing on there. That's the only way the audio can actually be played. But AS. I was about to say, what the fuck is AS? Admiral Sleuth. Right, forgot that he wanted to be called that. AS fashioned a more fitting hat from your old hat. You flip your reversible hat inside out to produce the Admiral's hat. Your nautical prowess multiplies by a factor of 10. You make sure to restow the precious candy corn inside it. I guess what I can do. This is a pretty sick panel. Just have this be over. There we go. Alright. Dude, the art is just so good. Can't stress it enough. Briefly pose as a team because shit seriously just got real again. This iron-faced slug has kept you under his thumb long enough. It's time to take him out. I have a feeling you'll need help from as many allies as you can get for this epic struggle. Where the fuck is Pickle Inspector? She's just off fucking around. Got the future one who saved Nervous Broad, and then we have the real one who's off doing God knows what. Of course, we have Godhead Pickle Inspector just fondly viewing creation. Right, now we did have the other guys in the afterlife fighting death. Right, that's where the real Pickle Inspector is right now. I actually forgot that. FPI, bring Nervous Broad to the ace deck. We decide to reunite the fair dame with her allies, but suddenly reconsider at the sight of the foul demon. Sheesh, there's no place at all for a delicate flower like her. Oh man. Okay. You instead drop her off at the brothel in the sky. She would much safer with the whores on Whore Island. You offer words of reassurance to undisconcert her before leaving to take on the monster. DMK, Combat Operandi. Level 49, Abstracted Thought. Ah, fuck. What is this gonna be? Huh. There's a bunch of fucking locks on his face. Part of your awareness detaches itself from the imaginary universe and returns to reality. You're now free to move about in reality while your demonic self remains in the realm of imagination. I want to know where this dude got any of these ideas from, because, like, this is serious random bullshit. MK, gather up all the ship portholes. Right, fucking space and time shenanigan bullshit. Like, honestly, it's so interesting that I just don't see where he got any of these ideas. But, like, seeing where they are here and how they're fleshed out and used in the Homestuck universe is very, I think it's very interesting. It's like knowing exactly what was fleshed out and what was, kind of just left normal. By the port and starboard side ship portholes from the walls. It seems their batteries are now fully charged and they may operate free from their outlets. PI, defeat death already. You're working on it. Death chases you through the partially complete labyrinthine pseudo-cube diametric. Urges you to pull over with his bullhorn scythe. This is incredibly serious business. Dude, this fucking track is insane. You head bump a pseudo-cube stem block. Okay, man. This entire fucking shit is just... So we got Sudoku, Cubert, chess, and Tetris all at the same fucking time. And kind of Scrabble. Well, no, that's just the Sudoku. Could probably add Scrabble to the mix as well. I mean, they're putting fucking letters, so it might actually be. AD, establish superiority by punching nearest Cubert in the snout. Cuberts are enamored by your rowdy, what the fuck? Rowdy, no nonsense brand of ruffianism. Your superiority has been clearly established. Qhurst appears to be especially spit. Okay, man. Cosmic carousel, huh? FPI, go back to Ace deck. Since your allies are in need. Damn, the silhouette for DMK is actually pretty sick. AS, fire warning shots off the port bow. That does nothing at all. Honestly, kind of looks like Galactus mixed with Doctor Doom. Like just the size of him, and then that metal mask thing. The bullets are deflective. There's no way you'll be able to inflict damage through that metal mask, let alone through his natural defenses at low blood sugar levels. For that matter, looks like you won't even be able to feed him candy. Yeah, he seemed to have thought of that naturally. Auto parry. The ricocheted bullets are auto parried swiftly through Zombie Ace's necrotic tissue. This dude is always getting fucked up. Zad matured a new parry craft, overripe produce. See, this is like just chaotic nothingness that ends up really being... The story isn't really fleshed out, but that's like kind of the point. It's just a bunch of nonsense that somehow is cohesive enough to form a story that doesn't make sense and doesn't matter at all. But like, that's just the nature of it, and it works for the story he's going for. But then Homestuck is a bit more of a controlled, organized chaos. that makes a bit less sense at the beginning, but ends up making more sense as the story progresses. Kind of goes up and down. PS, use Tommy key unlock. Ring of keys is just way too small for that oversized lock. Gonna need to find a bigger set of keys. Yeah. Right, the machine gun. Was the machine gun a key as well? I can't really forget. No, it was a hairpin. You've done it. The beauty of your remarkable accomplishment has caused death to shed a tear of black liquid sorrow. Man, this playlist is fucking amazing. Pickle Inspector has finally perfected the labyrinthine pseudo-cube comprehensile. Death has been bested. You're free to leave. Fucking finally, man. A-Stick has beaten Q-Hurst to death at the pond. He can go too. This is so dumb. PS plus AD. Turn to land of living. Okay, just convenient portal. You breathe a sigh of relief. You're afraid you might have missed something out of the ordinary while you were gone. Dude, PS is the only one who actually has no fucking duplicates at this time. MK, dump portholes through jacuzzi. Into the bubbling portal they go. All but one. The MK seizes them telekinetically. Right, the fucking mecha's still there. And so is the carousel. Okay, grab the cinder blocks. Before you throw the last one in, you pick up the cinder blocks from the base of your fort and throw them through the final porthole. You're tired of stubbing your toe on them anyway. Finally, you toss the last porthole in the jacuzzi. Alright. This could be a bunch of bullshit. I kind of remember part of what happens here, but it's bits and pieces. There's suddenly a lot of traffic being conducted to those lights. 3 enlarged cinder blocks cycle through the enlarged portholes, providing your demonic form with even more defense. MK ducks back into the safety of his fort. So yeah, this fucking duplicate shit is gonna make it so that we have to kill both of them at the same time. AS, craft seaworthy hats for your allies. I saw Skipper and I just immediately started saying that. Fit your mates with appropriately nautical headwear. Corsair Dick and Skipper Inspector seem quite pleased with the look. Seriously, we can keep referring to them all with the standard show hand, PS, AD, and PI, because really, it's going to be confusing if we start getting too literal. Yes, it is. PI, Conjure, Candy Armor. So you can play at the defense game. Those with the candy themed. Candy themed shit. I didn't even read that. Admiral Sleuth dons the peppermint mithril coat. Corsair Dick dons the Jolly Rancher full plate. I mean, it's pretty cool design. I'm not gonna lie, but it just feels kind of random. Skipper Inspector dons the studded fruit leather. Zombie and Trust the A-Stick don't get to have cool armor though, because they're a couple of weirdos. I mean, they're kind of too cool to need it. They already have the natural defenses of just being fucking insane anyways. Quick pose as a team again, because this shit seems pretty real. Didn't we just do this? Nonetheless, FBI cajoles. Group photo out of the party dressed to the nines and swanky new duds. Like how freaking Fad is holding Zad up so he can fit into the frame. DMK, aggress. Okay, that seems like that would kill you. The armor. Treacle Aegis. While you're all goofing around, DMK turns his defense into offense. PS absorbs cinder blocks burnt entirely. Your armor's treacle Aegis gauge takes a hit, but you're otherwise undamaged. Looks like the candy coat is doing the trick. I completely forgot about them. Right, Nervous Broad is in Core Island, and HD just woke up right now. Criminal forces cause you to stop being knocked out. The plot forces you to come back into the picture. There's so much fucking meta bullshit with all of this. Candy Mecha. Join the battle already. Right. It's just kind of standing around doing nothing, being a plot device. The brainless war machine blasts off to adventure. Or at least its detachable hull segment does, leaving the legs behind. AS. Subproquitude. Are we finally getting it? I feel like it's kind of early, honestly. We're only not even 900 pages in. It's not happening. No, you fool. Don't you realize if you initiate that attack, it'll be the last thing you do? Just to smack some sense into you. Dude, he just... Random reference, but it feels like it's fucking Megami from Jujutsu Kaisen trying to summon Maharaga every chance he fucking gets. Just trying to do the damn suicide charge. Just cause. HD, flip switch. I feel like nobody's gonna get that. What the fuck I'm talking about, since I'm talking about anime. But that's just kind of what it reminded me of. Wonder what that switch does. Give it a curious flip. Doesn't appear to have done anything. Right, before it turned off? Did it turn off the lights? Or did it turn them on? I don't remember. Okay, yeah, it turned them on, so she just turned them off. Apparently the room is cut off. Jacuzzi stops bubbling, so it's not a portal anymore. Large portal closes. Right. Yes. Take charge as leader. Demand weapons. What's the next? I didn't even realize that the next song I played that was surprised we're back. Unless it's split reality. It's time to quit the harebrained antics and rally your troops around an actual battle plan. You ask all of them to hand over their weapons. Tell Fad to hang on to his machine gun since you really just need the one. You ask the idiot zombie to pointing up his though. You order PI to take the key, the ring of keys, and the hairpin down to the jacuzzi and jump in with them. Well, that's not gonna work. In the meantime, you and the aces will keep DMK at bay. Skipper Inspector politely accepts the mission. PI, take weapons down to MK's office. Along the way, you drop the gun, the Tommy gun, and the machine gun because you suddenly remember your Vim is not nearly high enough to carry them. I mean, he has like no Vim at this point. Didn't he like stop? He lost all his Vim. Get his imagination all the way to max. Man. This fucking track. Spears be snagging the plan. HD standing there looking puzzles. She wonders what's with the fruity getup. PI. Ask HD to take the weapons instead. Thinking on the fly, you come up with an imaginative alternative to get this strapping dame to do a man's work for him. It's no wonder Admiral Sleuth entrusted you with this critical operation. Spoiled leadership causes your heart to palpitate with admiration. Hysterical dame brings the weapons to the jacuzzi. Come out of the manhole. This appears to be another snag in the plan. We'll just... Thank goodness that's taken care of. Space out for a moment. Hey, what the heck does this switch do? Completely forget. Mysterious divine voices, along with a profound sense of adult curiosity, causes you to flip it. Huh. Big portal is active again, rendering the manhole useless. HD is now trapped on the street. Well then. The mysterious divine voices continue to inform your adult impulses. There's something you feel a strong urge to go get. HD, walk to nearest intersection. Here we go. Considering there's not much traffic, the lights above seem awfully busy. PI, become homoerotically interested in turning to your fan. The magnetism you feel toward your trusty fan is as powerful as it is inexplicable. More defining forces compel you to bring the fan somewhere else. P.I. Dump the fan through the jacuzzi. Not sure why you're doing this, but it feels important. Offer a few fond parting words to your breathing device. Drop it in the bubbling vat. MK is sort of weeding you out from in there. Okay. Getting some sort of weird amalgamation machine thing. P.I. turns the battle. On the way back up, you spot a lovely sombrero. Some careless fellow has left it here on the floor. Imagine the chap must be heartbroken about it. What a shame. Put it in your inventory. Alright. In this room, you spy a Captain Sextant Sans telescope. You ogle the curious navigation apparatus for the moment. A.S. Retrieve Snoop Bust, for it is too important to be lost. Dude, this fucking track. You're drifting too far out of reach. I'm sorry. You have to know when it is time to say goodbye. It's over, man. I have to let go. HD. Throw weapons into the lights. Waiting for a gap in the cinder block cycles, you start with the handgun, lobbing it into the port side red light. Man. The key emerges from the starboard side green porthole, unlocking one of the locks. It's like the universe just specifically made this. I know it's for the plot, but like the fact that it conveniently gives conveniently 3 keys specific just to unlock this. It's like the balance of the universe needed to be upheld. Because like if there was no way to beat this dude, he would just destroy everything. There's a lot of like symbolism even in the chaos. HD. Throw Tommy gun. Lob the Tommy gun into the starboard side yellow light. Emerges from the port side red porthole. And it's just the last one, the hairpin. Finally, lob the machine gun through the port side green light. Well, bobby pin. The hairpin emerges from the starboard side yellow porthole, locking the final lock. Well done. Looks fucking absolutely gross. Which is fitting since he's a demon, but P.I. Pick up Captain Sextant. Alright. Pick up the sniper rifle. It's a powerful weapon, capable of transforming anyone with keen ogle into a death bringer from afar. Unfortunately, it is practically useless without its telescope. Below, the candy mecha's legs scramble around like a chicken whose head decapitated itself and flew into the sky to fight a demonic mob boss. Zad. Zombie Truffle Shuffle. You make your Swiss cheese brain self useful and turn your ordinary lead-footed zombie shuffle into a zombie truffle shuffle. Or is it that you turn ordinary truffle shuffle into a zombie truffle shuffle? Either way, the attack proves to be absolutely pointless. Man, they know how to get me with the piano. Candy Mecha fire into DMK's mouths. Stubborn monster shuts his various traps. You have to catch him off guard if you want to get that blood sugar up. Sad, Fad, and AD. Triple Truffle Shuffle. Alright. Well, you missed with the candy attacks, thus making him still impervious to attacks. Missed with the candy, thus making him still impervious to attacks. I guess you didn't notice that. You strike your poses, readying yourself for the ultimate coup de blubber trifecta. Supple Suckle Flagon. Calm Rave. You've got none of that, so nothing could happen. But wait, looks like you can't execute your ultimate attack yet anyway. You need to collect enough Pang Nectar to process into the amount of Jocose honey. Needed to fill your suckle flag on before you can max out your comb rave meter. God, it's almost like you've never played this game before. Fiesta Ace slams down his hat in frustration. That's another fucking running joke in Homestuck. It's such a good one. Pickle Inspector politely suggests a replacement hat. DMK, Thorn Coddle. Okay, that's just uncomfortable looking. Torting Corsair Dick, DMK's sparky bars molest every pocket of his portly carriage in a humiliating manner. Wish all your friends weren't around to see this. Chico Aegis takes a hit. This man cannot take a break. At all. A vulgar, glum-spined flagellum unfurls itself rudely and has a gander at PI. The leer of the prickly vegetable disquiets you. Zombie Ace salivates at the savory-looking tendril. You wonder what sort of nectars it harbors. Stop wondering that, please. Okay. Just realized that was another fucking song. Assembly. Now it's not kidding, an F major. 69. Of course. Flailing panic, Lameka's legs blast off. He accidentally drops the fan down to Horror Island. Old horse set up, scatter for cover. Probably better get out the way too. Is that gonna help her? Case of the vapors. I'm assuming the fan is for something. I just don't remember what. Okay. Now what the hell do you do? While you mull it over, cheese truck passes by. Sees something peculiar inside its rear cabin, illuminated by a strange light. Wonder where the truck is going. Helicab, HD helicab, and follow the cheese truck. And it seems like the world is a pretty blank canvas for the shenanigans, but then sometimes there's also other stuff. It doesn't feel like the world is moving naturally on its own. It would just exist to house the characters, have the random bullshit happen, but then like a lot of shit just kind of randomly happens. Whistle down a cabbie and flip him a Spondilic. Tell him there's more where that came from if he keeps the heat on that cheese truck. I don't think that's quite how the service works. Okay. The truck passes through the city's square shoulder tolls, where stiff dairy tax is levied on local distributors. Cannot pass through the booth because your vehicle's improperly shaped. Catch a glimpse into the illuminated rear cabin opening. It appears to be a mustachioed man sitting there patiently. Wonder what the heck is going on here. HD, pursue on foot. Ask toll operator for directions. Downtown districts. Bolanger District, Beanpole Alley, Fromagère District, Square Shoulder Tolls, which we're here. Shared District, Jack Squat Underpass, Gutter Pipe Projects. It's a bunch of nothing. Toll booth operator hands you a map of the downtown districts. Part of the map has been circled. NB, get the hell out of the fan's way. You avoid the enormous fan in the nick of time. Enter the sleazy brothel. The decor seems unusual, lavish and seductive, yet festooned with gorgeous cultural wall paintings. Not him and his fucking cultural paintings. Oh, we're already in chapter 14. Huh. That was kind of short. It's only really 600 more pages, basically. Okay, next song. The Leaving. Is this the bordello matron's lair, or that of a sort of artisan? This is kind of confusing. I wonder what the madam is. No, it actually has singing. That's surprising. Right, the fan is gigantic. The fan plug crashes to the ceiling. And we ride the plug like a mechanical bull. Wow, what a fucking waste of... Actually, this is a lot of fun. Sad. Example, DMK's tentacle. Nice bird of Merlot. They're knowing what the song is actually talking about. It hits a lot harder. It's still a good song regardless, even if you don't know what the song's referring to, but it just hits so much harder. United a sumptuous creeper, the gluttonous abandoned, releasing a steady flow of thick pang nectar. FBI suggestion for a nice wine to complement the meal goes boorishly disregarded. Honestly, don't even want to read to not interrupt the song. Man, that was good. DMK smarts from the voracious nibbling, leaving his mouth vulnerable for a sugar salvo. The candy mecha seizes the opportunity. The glum spine flagellum retreats into its thorny bramble. DMK's blood sugar elevates. What is this one? Light burns out. Stalled. Pain nectar is collected by energetic worker bees. Impetus comb. They busily set to work building an impetus comb to transmute the bitter nectar into sweet jocose honey. Recently collected nectar is stored between the walls of the newly erected Sierpinski cells. They labor under the instruction of their chief architect. NB plug fan into enormous outlet. You're not sure if there's an enormous outlet around here, and anyway, you can't even lift the enormous plug. It's too delicate. It's too heavy for a delicate flower like you, Tuts. Then we equip the corset. You don the aspect corset. You feel so womanly now you can hardly breathe. But on an unrelated note, this thing short is tight. Also, your feet apparently suddenly feel wet for reasons completely unfathomable to you. It seems to harbor inscrutable mystical properties. NB add stripper container to inventory. You equip the stripper. NB go through eye door. Private boots. Of course, it's suited for each character's height. In this room, 3 curtain doors of varying shapes await. This is where the performers enter, whatever the heck that means. HD, pursue cheese truck to gutter pipe projects. Scale valve, aspect valve. The cheese truck has eluded you, but you follow the map to the gutter pipe projects, which is just a few blocks away. Unmute Professor B, he's been silent long enough. It's about time, friend. Once we have completed building your impetus cone, all of its Jacose honey is ripened, and as sweet as can be, that is when the fun begins. I'm sure it is, buddy. Tecton Hive. We then bring it to the Tecton Hive to dispense the honey. We will place the comb in the slot available, depending on its size. The next comb we build after that will be a notch bigger. Each time you put a comb in the hive, the honey will fill your suckle receptacle, and you'll get to use comb rave. Very powerful attack. The bigger the comb, the richer the honey, and the more devastating the rave. As long as you keep providing the nectar, we'll keep building bigger and bigger combs until the 8th comb is complete. That will be one honey of a rave. I'm a bee. Okay. They were going for the damn puns and kind of ominous, mystical shit, and then just fucking gave up at the end. Lazy Susan of Endowment. What the literal fuck is that supposed to mean? When tapping the Tecton Hive, all you have to do is rotate the Lazy Susan of Endowment to choose which suckle receptacle the honey will drop into. The corresponding character is then able to perform his or her comb rave. Each character has a unique rave and a different one for each power level, so choose wisely. I mean, short game, this is actually a pretty interesting concept, but this would just be super involved and complicated bullshit that would probably not be very fun to play, honestly. So interesting to see as a concept in the written form anyways. HD, climb ladder and look into pipe. Curiosity gets the best of you as you decide you must sleuth this contraption. You poke your favorite features into the pipe. It's dark and damp. There's a distant sound of whirring mechanical device. You slip and fall it. NB, enter far right room. Doesn't sound like a good idea to you. Since you are improperly shaped, it is probably impossible, at least highly inappropriate. NB, take off all your clothes, enter far left door. You consider stripping before you enter, but there are no mules around to apply the stripper to. You decide to forget it and just enter the tall private booth. Okay, man. Boom. There's a tall window in the booth. On the other side is your spectator, manually highbrow. Seems to have been waiting here patiently for a while. There does not appear to be any glass in the window. On the other side, a coin-operated meter ticks down. The highbrow is likely supplied it with a spoon to lick or two for his viewing pleasure. There's a lovely mirror on the wall beside you. The gutter pipe projects you through the motion picture projector, which is currently showing a burlesque flapper act in an empty theater. However, the lens is focused such that the image projects very small on the screen. It needs to be adjusted if the patrons want to get an eyeful all those smooth alabaster gams. H, mute B again. Do not ask me about muting pro tips. Ask me again about muting pro tips. All of them. Looks like DMK's blood sugar is gradually decreasing through some sort of diabolical regenerative ability. Son of a bitch. Aggress. You clearly have no time to lose. Order Team Sleuth to stop mincing around with bees and wine and shit. Get busy aggressing this stony ass. Except you realize you don't actually have any weapons. You use them all to unlock his armor. And all PI has is that stupid useless sextant. This is sort of embarrassing. DMK is not wasting any more time either. He's powering up for a major assault. DMK, combat operant, Rondi, Cinder a block lips. Oh fuck. Okay. Probably kind of screwed if that hits. Okay. Dude, the fucking flash animations are just too... Like, he just didn't need to go this hard. Damn. AS has no fucking defense. Okay, now we're at home team advantage. We're already halfway through the playlist. Been reading for 41 minutes. Damn. Okay. Fiesta Ace loses a couple beans runs for a whole ages. Okay, man. We're going full on with the damn theme. He's got about 1 million more, making him practically indestructible. Nevertheless, he prefers to distance himself from the needlessly ethnic defense modality. Auto parry. Zombie Ace simply auto parries the attack, maturing a new parry craft. Bruised fruit, half price. The candy mech has been destroyed. Wow. Its use as a plot device is kind of overused. DMK, level 10 Thorncoddle. Apeshit Bramblefuck. Before you have a chance to do anything, DMK uncorks another doozy of an attack. Shameless flagella, wiggle about, molesting everything in sight. Okay, we're almost fucking dead. Each of us has only one. Well, actual PI has one more. One more after this. But other ones only have their last life. Your trickle Aegises have already been depleted to a near critical level. Who would have thought the final boss would be such a pain in the ass? And be use stripper on Muro. The man has levied good money to watch you strip. You're not one to disappoint. Fucking innuendos, man. It's getting a little steamy in here. A highbrow monocle fogs up. And be splash a little on the wall. Highbrow is quite pleased. HD. Enter mouse hole given your small height attribute. Seems like the only feasible exit, all dimensional parameters considered. NB strip rest the mural. Prepare to douse the entire wall with the stripper. You incinerate the painting with the flamethrower. Well then. The coin operated timer runs out. The peep show is over. The manually highbrow having received his money's worth. Tall window switches to a different view. She go in. What's with these fucking paintings, man? You enter the studio of Madame Muro, brothel's matron / artisan. Above is an outlet, which might be useful for plugging something into, as long as the plug is the right size and the outlet is supplied with power. HD, climb ladder, equip corset. I just realized. I mean, I saw the things in the background. I didn't realize that she was one of them. Alright, you can see her right there at the mouse hole. Everything's kind of converging again. Madam doesn't seem to have noticed you, so you climb the ladder. You don the scale bodice. Never felt so shapely. The hordes compliment you on your glamorous new look. AS used delegation skills to call 4 nations to your aid. DMK is powering up for yet another devastating attack. Ostensibly his finishing move. Thinking fast, you commune with the 4 kingdoms from afar. In the meantime, you order Skipper Inspector to put some of that nautical prowess to work with some evasive maneuvers. The kingdoms assemble 4 of their mightiest heroes to come to your aid: the Weasel Warrior, the Elf Mage, the Hog Cleric, and the Clown Bard. Together they prepare the harrowing climb to the side of the Cathedral of Syndetic Ascension. I need to search up what that even means. I didn't search it up last time. Of or using conjunctions. Serving to unite or connect. So basically, Cathedral of connected parts that ascend. PI, make universe do barrel roll. Skipper puts a mean spin on the ship's wheel. Others grab onto the ship's netting for stability. DMK's attack is interrupted. He's going to be sick. Ah, fuck. DMK pukes a deluge of pie filling. The deck is a gooey mess. It's disgusting. DMK battle technique, vexatious glower. DMK goes ahead and deals an attack anyway. The volatile pie filling has been ignited. That's just fucked. Okay. Oh, I thought they would actually die once it goes to 0, but it is armor, so it makes sense. Your trickle aegis have been reduced to 0. Candy armor disintegrates. NB, go through tall window. Okay. You exit the rear cabin of the bread truck. Distortion forces of the oddly shaped portal squeeze your dimensions to be even taller and narrower. It simply won't do. You're already self-conscious about your gangly frame. NB, loosen drawstrings and corset. You slacken the strings on the aspect corset, which is way too tight anyway. Your aspect ratio shortens and widens back to normalcy. NB, okay, nothing to do out here. Go back in. You re-enter the tall window. Your aspect has been altered again, this time in reverse. That's just weird. It's PS's size, but with PI's face, which is kind of creepy. HD, thanks horse for compliment. Seems the horse have fled in fright. Well, shit. Madame Mural flicks you through the scale bodice. You're flushed out of the scale valve with new dimensions. FPI, conjure frosting to extinguish flames. You conjure the flammable pie filling with your own blend of soothing flame retardant cake frosting. The flames have been extinguished. You're up, you're not on fire and all, but you wonder why the hell Future Pixel Inspector suddenly blew. It's about to ask that. I was wondering. That's why I paused for a little bit, but I remember it being green and red. Okay, man. Fucking yikes. Future Pixel Inspector is wondering that the same thing seems at some point in the future. FBI, the red one, use combat operandi. Operandi. Temporal Ripple Smile, again dividing him in two. One of them went into the past to become Past Future Pickle Inspector, PFPI. The blue one, that past moment is apparently now. The other one went even further into the future to become Future Pickle Inspector, color yet to present itself. PI thanks FPI, thanks PFPI for clarifying and asked him politely to go sit over there for the remainder of the battle to avoid confusion. Death slides out a chair, inviting you to a friendly game of trouble. You're not sure, but you think those might be sugar cubes in the problematic bubble. DMK demote. DMK depresses your problematic hands. stripping you of your seafaring status before you can wield any more of that devastating nautical prowess. Your nautical prowess plummets by a factor of 10. P.S. Hard-boiled voice say you're just getting started. You're through letting the ordinary mob boss have his way with you. It's time to bring out the heavy firepower. Man, I still want... I mean, I had flashes and everything, but I still want fucking Homeslick animated project. The little bit we got in the series was just so good. Damn, the fucking music kept going. We played After the Sun and now we're at Narrative Command. Beautiful piano. HD, turn crank on scale valve. The flow amplifies. Scale bodice loosens its fit. HD, turn crank on upper valve. Tighten the aperture. The burlesque motion pictures magnifies. Motion picture. Hello, Lex. Come on in. Appreciate you stopping by. This will be a whole bunch of nothing that you will never understand, so I hope you're ready for a bunch of fucking nonsense that doesn't make any sense. But appreciate you stopping by. I mean, I enjoy this, but we'll see. Should probably change characters actually. Let's see. I don't want to change into. I wasn't.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I wasn't a stick for that long. Let's switch. As you can see, I had the 3 characters. These are the 3 main characters for this comic, and I made their avatars. There's like literally no dialogue at all, so it doesn't actually really matter. But I wanted to do it. But I mean, I just felt like messing around and making some pixel art. And as you can hear, I've got some music playing in the background, because I feel like it'd be kind of boring otherwise. HD, jump down onto valve lever. I don't even understand what's going on here. Not content messing around with this gizmo just yet. Make one more adjustment. Set the lever to aspect valve. I honestly didn't even realize that was water. NB, go get plug and bring it through window. Though a little stouter, still not strong enough to lift it. It's still so weird seeing her like that. Ugh. NB, loosen drawstrings again. Okay, that's even worse. You become more horizontally generous. You're not totally sure how you feel about being so busty all of a sudden. NB, lift plug. Lift the plug easily. It's becoming like an inch shorter suddenly makes you super strong. I know it's supposed to be her being a stick, but I just find that funny. P.S. Summon Weasel King. The gloves are off. It's finally time to call on His Majesty's services. You expend the required elf tears and weasels. So yeah, no, like this is supposed to be him, Problem Sleuth, P.S. And then the other 2 are supposed to be the other 2 main characters. I think I did a pretty decent job at replicating their looks. Really the only thing that differentiates them is the hats, really. And kind of a tiny bit the faces, but I don't know, it's kind of limited what you can do with the pixel art. Damn. Feisty Monarch flips the fuck out in DMK's face. DMK takes heavy damage. I mean, yeah, we're at like basically the end. We're at 1,000 pages already, and there's 1,600. So the nonsense already didn't make sense. It's gonna make a lot less sense now that you're in the middle of the story. Basically, we're fighting the final boss right now, and just a whole bunch of shenanigans are ensuing. The Weasel King flips the fuck out back to his realm. It looks like DMK has gradual health regenerative capabilities too. Throw down your hat in disgust. You're going to need to dump many powerful attacks into him as you can very quickly, as well as keep finding ways to raise his blood sugar. Basically, he's fucking hack. Absolute hack boss. This is some bullshit. NB run plug through corset into pipe and out projector. Sorry, the power of the corsets only applies to sexy female figures. Have to get the plug into the pipe another way. Nice try though. NB go through right door. Given your proportions, it now seems appropriate to go through the short, wide door. Trillish Toff is waiting patiently for his performance. It seems he is quite particular regarding the type of performer he has come to expect. Excuse me. In his peeping habits. The Toff is irked with a class of talent his spoonlicks have paid for. A little perplexed by the giant plug too. Can't imagine what kind of sordid spectacle the accessory will facilitate. Damn, the next song played on didn't even realize. This playlist has been going by really fast. He punches the coin return button beneath the slot. The wide window switches to another view. Dude, what is with these fucking murals? You exit the rear cabinet of the ham truck, squashing your proportions even more. Look strikes you as unbecoming. Furthermore, the plug's proportions have been squashed too. Even if you did manage to shrink it down somehow, there'd be no way it could fit into a normal outlet. Weird puzzle shit can be really frustrating sometimes. NB, go back in, go through left door again. I just want it to look like normal again. This is just fucking freaking me out. You head back to the familiar comfort of the tall window. NB, go through tall window. You become elongated by a notch. You're no longer quite as strong. Your noodly arms begin to buckle beneath the big plug, which is also predictably elongated. HD. Turn crank on aspect valve. Give the crank a good whirl. Elongating the valve. Aspect corset tightens seemingly by itself. This is quite alarming. In this state, you're not even close to being strong enough to support the plug. Pushes you through your corset. You're flushed out by the aspect valve. P.S. Put skylight through small window. Right. That's what someone flew the first time. Caused a fucking black hole or some shit. Right, this is gonna be strong enough to kill him, probably. Surveying what you have in your inventory to put to use, you remember one of the aces has the small window, and you have the skylight with the battery pack. The windows become knotted in each other to the extent your strength will allow. You need to find a way to apply a lot more pressure to achieve the undesirable reaction. FBI conjure jawbreaker bomb. Wrap a hard candy shell around the windows to create a jawbreaker skylight bomb. Only the most powerful jaws would penetrate the shell. P.S. Lob in the DMK's mouth. Just the ace stomps tender flagella while you hurl the potent orb. This is such bullshit. Okay. Stunned. DMK chomps down hard. And the universe is just dead. Did that evolve him or something? Oh man. Also just realized DMK kind of looks like the full black queen from Homestuck. Which is probably where the idea came from. DMK's blood sugar skyrockets while taking insane damage all in one shot. You splash by a ridiculous quantity of pang nectar, or it could be soon arrive to carry it away. NB plus HD, go down projector pipe. Both of you are easily small, so narrow enough to fit into the small aperture. Pretty close to the end of the playlist. You projected into the room at normal scale. NB plus HD, go downstairs through eye door. Finally. Looks fucking normal. Kinda normal. I think NB is still kinda tall. These are the customer entrances for the private booth. All these doors are locked, occupied by various distinguished gentlemen. There are switches on the ceiling. Only someone with an extraordinary talents attribute can operate them. NB, examine metal switch. Front and rear. Guessing that controls the like which side it comes out of. The window. There's something odd about this switch. It's the only one of the three switch to rear instead of front. Cutscene. Meanwhile, in the middle booth, a dapper Swain enjoys the view from his window. The road rushes away from him, producing the very convincing illusion that he's riding in the back of some sort of vehicle. He's having the time of his life. NB, flip switch. You flip at the front. Swain's view is switched to a small dark interior filled with crates of what appears to be cheese. At the end of the cabin is a small door marked driver's hatch. Swain finds this development most unwelcome. Swain insert coins in the coin slot. Growing impatient, the Swain levies a few copper spondylix to pay for a better show. The view in the window switches. He sits back and waits for his entertainment to begin. NB, go back and put on your corset. Your work in there is clearly done, so you leave. Put on your aspect corset and nudge the proportions back down to normal. Okay, thank goodness. HD, enter MM Studio. Madam is enraged to have seen you you have returned. She thinks as long as you're so intent on being here, she might as well put you to work. She equips you with the scale bodice, shoves you through the lobby door, and locks it behind you. It's high time you get some mileage out of those games and earn your keep around here, doll face. Man. P.S. Gambit Schema, Candy Corn Vampire. We're finally using this. He doesn't have enough fucking... I was about to say build grist. That's fucking homestuck. I was like, nobody's gonna understand the references I'm making except for me. But probably doesn't have enough elf tears or some shit. Spooky Gambit Aethers envelop you. You feel a powerful transformation taking place. But wait. Schema Pumpkin, of course. Seems you have not carved a Schema Pumpkin and thus cannot employ your Gambit Schema. In fact, you don't think you have a Schema Pumpkin. You're quite sure there are no Schema Pumpkins lying around. Probably never will be. Check progress on Tecton Hive. 600 more pages. Damn, it's fucking dark in here. Let me turn on the light. You can't see in, but it's really dark as shit. Okay. Just gotta plug in my computer. It's about to die. Check progress on Tecton Hive. Looks like the bees have collected enough pain nectar to complete an Petus comb. Rich with dripping Jokas honey. Alright. In fact, they managed to collect so much nectar from the previous attack they managed to complete the next two combs as well. Wow. bees, place his comb in Tecton hive. So got the first three. 3 out of 8. Done. Combs are fitted in the appropriate slots, and the honey begins to flow. Fill a stick's suckle receptacle. Comb rave is fully maxed out. Spin the lazy Susan of endowment filled suckle flagon. 80s comb rave meter maxes out. Fill Fiesta a stick's receptacle. Sorry, yeah, we got 3 ADs. Two of the pickle inspectors, and then the female versions. Now we just got regular problem sleuth. I suppose it's because he's the main character that he only has his regular version. Feel the suckle cruet. Fed's comb rave meter maxes out. Feel zombie is a stick suckle receptacle. The canter, huh? Feel the suckle, the canter. Zad's comb rave meter maxes out. That's actually kind of hurting my eyes. Knowing who this is makes this song so much funnier. You know, this song doesn't make any sense to you if you don't know what the story is. The thing about you like to use. This is HD equip paint roller. Pick up the paint roller and the paint bucket. HD, go into middle private booth. On the other side of the square window, the dapper swain waits for his show. The wall is an exquisite mural. Perfect backdrop for various burlesque indecencies. HD, roll some paint on the mural. Cover up a bit, being the saucy little tease you are. The swain is piqued by the steamy display. His busy fingers start a small mustache fire. I'm too busy fucking listening to this song. Meanwhile, the manly highbrow is somewhat disconcerted by the view through his expired window. There's a narrow cabin stocked with bread. Highbrow go through driver's hatch. Climb into the driver's seat of the bread truck. NB getting passenger seat. The highbrow bobs his head positively and asks, "Where to, miss?" FBI, conjure candy telescope for sniper rifle. It looks delicious, but is completely non-functional. Despite your most concentrated oval, you can't see through it at all. You're a useless piece of shit. Huh. PI, throw it away. Toss it overboard. Could at least ate it or something. Bounces off a random truck driving by and into a traffic light. Well then. The huge candy scope takes DMK by surprise, directly in the mouth. His blood sugar reaches a critical limit. It's time to strike while the iron is diabetic. Comb rave. Triple truffle shuffle. Are we finally doing this? Fiesta Ace begins by sending ominous lard wobbling tremors throughout the cosmos. Issue a hard-boiled line before dealing the attack. Suck on this receptacle. Oh man. Is that the last? No, this is the last song in the playlist. Okay. Gonna have to think of which playlist put on next. I don't know, honestly. Triple truffle shuffle. All right. I seriously wonder what the fuck he was thinking when he came up with all this bullshit and decided to make it so epic. Because it is epic for like no actual reason. It's a bunch of fucking nonsense. Like, bunch of actual nonsense. But it's still cool in a really lame, weird way. At least the animations are cool, at least. Triple truffle shuffle scuffle. Huh. He's like, why does this need to look so fucking cool? Huh. Damn. The blubbery onslaught has easily wiped out the remainder of DMK's health meter. The critically wounded boss descends. The DMK's nether regional vulnerable blooms, briefly exposing his weak spot. Why do we need to have this? He's already dead. P.S. Suprocitude, dude, he always just wants to fucking do it. 1,000 voices from far seem to ring in your mind. They chime in unison the name of your ultimate attack. Yes. Yes. Now seems like the perfect time for her. Calm yourself. It's not time. Not quite. Nope, you're still jumping the gun. In spite of your penchant for self-destruction, you still just don't have the offensive gravitas for that attack. You need a level 8 impetus comb filled before you can rain that awful shitstorm down on everyone. Did I mention? Almost positive I did. Alright, let's see what what do I want to play next? Could just do High Swap Act 1, honestly. But I already did. And some of these are pretty short. Right, because it's for a game and it's just really the 1 minute, 2 minute songs looping in a specific room. Yeah, it was literally 21 seconds. That's the beginning of the game. I'll just play it. It's whatever. PI, no scope, DMK's weak spot with sniper rifle. You just don't have the right angle on the vulnerable from the deck. Besides, the meeker bullets from the sniper rifle probably won't do much damage to such a hardy foe. The key to making the weapon useful must be the telescope. You just don't see any alternative. swap hats, DMK. The idea is just utterly ridiculous on its face. Nevertheless, while everyone else is distracted with doing things that actually make sense, A-Stick seizes the opportunity. All he can really manage to do is climb on top, stun DMK's hat, and look foolish. Fad, throw a crate at DMK. With your awesome Latin vim, you hoist the enormous crate easily. Take aim at the vulnerable bulb, but again, you have a tricky angle on it. You throw it anyway. The crate sails past the weak spot, missing completely. I mean, it's literally directly beneath you guys, so it was never gonna work. PI, turn wheel 180 degrees. A steady hand gained from minutes of experience as the ship's courageous skipper, you flip the universe. The rest of the Sleuth crew grabs hold of the netting. A-Stick takes up secure purchase of DMK's hat. The Bandcamp only has a couple of the albums. Yeah, it doesn't have the unreleased tracks. No, it definitely doesn't have Mobius Strip, Hadron Collido. Don't think it has Medium or Suburb either. Did I do Songs of Sky already? Pretty sure I did. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it has everything like mixed in together on the Bandcamp album. This just hasn't everything separated. Should be fine. The blow has depleted DMK's supply of salubrity frankincense. A lot of Christian symbolism, like a bunch, which is very interesting. The frankincense, myrrh, and gold that the three wise kings gave as gifts to Jesus when he was born, well, to his parents. Then the monstrance and stained glass windows and all sorts of other references. Just in general, Christian symbols are very common and popular to use as symbolism in fictional mediums. It's very interesting. His supplies of spunk, myrrh, and pep gold each remain. The vulnerable begins to close back up. Pretty sure I know what those words mean, but I have an idea of what they mean. It's like salubrity. Never heard that in my life. So salubrious means health-giving or healthy, beneficial. And of course, spunk and pep also mean like life. Someone's spunky, they're energetic, or courageous, determined, brave, fearless. bulb closes and DMK reascends, slash descends, depending on whether you have flipped the universe right side up yet, which I guess you have. DMK rotates his head to exhibit a fresh face, complete with not one, but two fully replenished health meters. You consider his rejuvenation to be highly predictable since, let's face it, there are just too many cool attacks you haven't gotten around to using yet. Fair enough. He's also the final boss, so I guess it makes sense. DMK, level 1000, running numbers. Roll for dexterity. Okay. This is such a chill album. I feel like it's not really. Yeah, I feel like this is just completely. Yeah. There we go. There's a lot more style. You roll 1,000 loaded sugar cube dice to improve your fortune. The all up in your favor. The fix is in. Jet streams of dextrose enter your mouth, cheating your critical hypoglycemia. Okay, man. DMK is now completely cured of his diabetes, but to find another way of lowering his defenses. I haven't thought of the fucking exorcism yet. You'll have to worry about your own defenses too, for that matter. It's gearing up for another round of attacks. Yes, ask the FBI to conjure a scheme pumpkin. He's about to comply, but you tell him not to bother, considering one is available for a brief window of time at the strike of midnight on Halloween, 10/31/08. Also considering that a scheming pumpkin has clearly been in plain view this whole time and always has been. Stupid. P.S. Wonder what happened to the 4 warriors. Meanwhile, on level 794, the Tower of Synthetic Ascension. These guys are still coming up. The 4 warriors valiantly melee their way the repulsive foes and onward to the top of the tower. They have only several thousand more levels to conquer. P.S. What pumpkin? This fucking pumpkin. This is, of course, the classic gag in the first ever comic that he made. Well, first one he posted on MS Paint. Anyways. It's so prevalent that the entire fucking company's named What Pumpkin. It's like the very first gag that was present. Gambit Schema. Candy Corn Vampire. Yeah, chapter 16. Using one of your trusty knives, you carve your favorite spook schematic into your pumpkin. Terrifying gambit aethers flow from the supernatural gourd and permeate your artifice ambient. You undergo an incredible transformation. Oh, I love this song so much. I think this is my favorite. favorite album, or at least one of them. The Price of Oblivion. And it's one of my favorite flashes from Homestuck as well. Man. Okay. Oh, you know, there's plenty of fucking amazing songs in this album. Oh, this is complete. Candy Corn Vampire. It actually goes pretty hard. It was kind of silly and bullshit the first time it was introduced, but Battle Schemata. Butterflies Ambient, Ripeness, Flicker. So it's just super fast essentially. Gambit Schema. Tootsie Roll Frankenstein. On another part of the same pumpkin, you carve the spook schematic for Tootsie Roll Frankenstein. Gotta be that guy and say that it's not Frankenstein, it's Frankenstein's monster, but doesn't really matter that much. That's actually pretty scary looking. Dude, the color panels are so fucking good. It's got insane strength, but slow as shit. And got decent defense. While the other one was super fast, had decent damage, but very little defense. Gambit Scheme. Gummy Worm Zombie. Okay, that's actually pretty fucking raw. Whatever you want to see, he got some ideas. Like Gummy Worm Zombie. Okay, that actually looks pretty sick. I like the green. Usually zombies are like green or something, but of course it's the opposite. It's got insane defense, pretty good, but pretty. Dude, this is another one of my favorite tracks. NB. Ask Highbrow to drive to gutter pipe projects. This is really weird. The fucking looking at the. Okay, there we go. Because I was looking at the stream on my phone, it was stuck on past screen, but still playing the music and my freaking and my voice. The highbrow takes you to the Fromagère district to Beanpole Alley. Fortunately, vehicle cannot possibly fit. Um, Fortunately, vehicle cannot possibly fit through the square shoulder tolls and onto the Boucher district. We need another form of transport. You seem to have no choice but to raid one for one. While you're waiting, the highbrow makes an uncharacteristically impolite advance. Awkward moments ensue. HD, cover up the rest of the mural. The risque performance has the swaying in libidinous conniptions. Busy's both ends. Both his twizzle blackened mustache. Lucky he had the foresight to violate brothel policy and disable the booth's smoke detector. Many savvy oglers in this establishment are keen to do. Man, the fucking harpsichord goes insane. But wait, looks like the nostrils of the bull and the mural are actually a pair of electrical outlets. Are you sure it's wise to paint over those? I don't know. HD, yeah, paint over those too. You zap the mural and the outlet with your stun gun. Okay then. Okay then. The outlets are fronted. The windows. Coin up device shorts out. Pose as a team because shit is more real than ever. You copy and paste your previous poses into a new document in a lazy yet very hard-boiled manner. Rapidly animate the background colors. Quite sure that shit has never been this real. Probably never will be again. Just the A-Stick thinks this Halloween costume stuff is some seriously ridiculous bullshit. He says to go downstairs and mess up MK's fort. He's not sure why no one ever thought to do that. Still, trapped on top of DMK's hat, A-Stick feels left out of the cool gamut scheme of actions. He doesn't care how real shit just got. This is just complete and total bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry, you're just like the least cool version of yourself at this point. Like, sucks to fucking suck, I guess. Death shows up with the game of life. The irony of it is lost upon your stout imagination. He does nothing fancy, no dueling for souls or anything. You know, just to pass the time, if you're down with that. Meanwhile, past future Pickle Inspector continues to operate the Pop-O-Matic bubble, still attempting to get the sugar cubes to roll in his favor. DMK, level 20 Thorn Cuddle, Snuggle Bar Prickle Poke. DMK lets loose, arising the bewilderment of ill-mannered flagella. Fucking clown music, of course. Auto parry. PS takes advantage of his heightened vampire speed. Can't coddle what you can't catch. Dude, the art is so fucking... so good. Slower members of your party are less fortunate. And it's a good thing they're undead. Your flicker attributes wane only slightly, though, on account of your respective monstrous constitutions. Monster tuitions. All three of your ripeness attributes decrement by the same degree as your schema pumpkin gradually becomes a little less fresh each passing minute. When either of these two attributes reaches 0, your gamut schema upgrade will expire. GPI. Fondly regard crenellation. It's never gonna actually say it right, is it? It's quite exquisite. Fondly regarded for hours. P.S. Summon Mo. Call forth the blistering white hot fury that is Mo. Another fucking reference to a comic I don't know. P.S. Unsummon Mo. Yes, please. Don't think we need him right now. Or at all. You unsummon Mo. Mo will be of absolutely no use to you in this battle whatsoever. Recap, please. Oh, God. Fucking yikes, man. Okay. While A-Stick sets up the rather complicated board game, Death clicks his ballpoint scythe and jots down a few notes in his tome of wayfaring souls. It documents the tale of 3 detectives trapped in their offices. In the due course of time, they escape from their offices, only to discover this fucking dude is doing these typos on purpose, I swear, just to piss me off. Only to discover they were still trapped in what could loosely be considered a larger office building, held hostage by an unscrupulous mob boss named Mobster Kingpin. MK what's his bill on just about everything: liquor, bootlegging, laundering, embezzling, treasure concealed in stone bust, prostitution outfits orchestrated by his madam accomplice, along with sinister urban mural rackets. Additionally, MK guards the Megaton key acquired by the sleuths to exit to the real city streets, which are in dire need of their sleuthing services. The detectives were able to escape their offices by accomplishing various feats, both inside their offices and on the imaginary city streets, a realm accessible in ways twofold: through A, electrically powered window portals, and B, alcohol-fueled spells of imagination from within the safety of a small fort. Detectives additionally advanced their situation by forming allegiances with various kingdoms, starting on the flip side of the imaginary universe. Plum Sleuth befriended elves, Pickle Inspector befriended weasels, A-Stick befriended hogs, and unfortunately, Mobster Kingpin made an ally as well in clowns. Each aided his ally in its struggle against its warring party and received boons for their efforts. Eventually, Problem Sleuth uses heightened diplomatic abilities to resolve all disputes among the kingdoms, thus winning him favor with the Weasel King. Through the boons of their respective efforts, the sleuths gained a mysterious form of cognizance regarding their female alter egos. PS cognized awareness of hysterical dame, PI cognized nervous broad, and of course AD merely cognized. Cognized is not a fucking word, or if it is, it has nothing to do with cognition. Himself for lack of imagination. These ladies were revealed to be trapped in as well, only freeing himself. These ladies were revealed to be trapped in a dollhouse in MK's office room, which he himself was proven to be trapped in as well, only freeing himself upon receiving his boon from the clowns. Females had to overcome their prison as well as their diminutive sizes by accomplishing various feats within the rooms, utilizing size-altering portals to and from the imaginary universe, involving a music box, storefront, a mirror, a manhole, and a jacuzzi. Meanwhile, the sleuths engaged... Holy shit. Fuck, this is long. It's gonna be even longer than Homestuck. Goodness gracious. Okay. Meanwhile, Sleuth engaged in battle with various demons in the imaginary universe, gradually increasing their skill levels, adding to their repertoires, battle techniques, and combat operandi. At one point, Ace-Stick brewed a batch of candy corn liquor. The resulting explosion from the volatile concoction is ultimately what freed them from their offices. For him, by blowing a hole in his front wall. For PS, by triggering an event which caused the oboe to be dislodged from the back doors. Later, Pickle Inspector drank the candy corn liquor to max out his imagination gauge, giving him tremendous powers in the imaginary universe. His powers led to these consequences. A. Splitting himself into 8 clones. B. One of those clones turning himself into a monster which killed most of the clones and was then shot by. C. One which summoned a candy mecha and then later killed by the female ID in the dollhouse. D. One rising into the sky and becoming Godhead Pickle Inspector. E. One using abstracted thought, allowing the real PI to function in reality while the imaginary ones remain. F. The final remaining one using temporal Repl simile. Yeah, I don't know why I said Repl. Yeah. I've been saying it wrong this entire fucking time. Splitting himself into one disappearing into the past, PPI, and the other disappearing into the future, FPI. Also, meanwhile, Ace-Stick, the original one, found the control room containing a complicated puzzle and a code machine. First, he tried jumping out of his sideways window, fell through the imaginary universe, sideways and died. And taking a step back, he used the code machine to skip ahead to a point in the game where the complicated puzzles was solved. He later determined that it was past the Pickle Inspector who went back in time to solve this puzzle and then died. Upon solving the puzzle, a hatch opened, allowing him to travel to the imaginary universe to collect his boon from the hogs. A little later, Problem Sleuth found the control room too. He used the code machine to return to an earlier state in the game, to the moment before Ace-Stick jumped out the sideways window. This time, AD was able to jump into the storefront before falling to his death. He emerged from Historical Dame's music box, causing him to be very small. Eventually came to be normal sized by using the various size altering portals. This is how there came to be 3 Ace-Sticks. Furthermore, by this point, there were 2 Pickle Inspectors, the original real one, PI, and his superpowered imaginary form in the future, FPI. Afterwards, PS used the code machine to create the third AD. He then jumped through the upside down window with the parachute to fall through the sky of the imaginary universe, past the sleazy brothel in the sky, landing in the Weasel King's palace. That's how he came to be charged with diplomatically resolving tensions among the 4 kingdoms. However, he was only successful upon looking up a cheat code on the game FAQs and printing it out. The printout was generated in the alchemy room, which PI then took and used with the code machine to skip ahead to the successful political negotiation. As a boon, PS received a great deal of ammunition, elf tears, weasel snot, hog slop, pie filling, the loyalty of the Weasel King, and was returned to reality. He then collaborated with the other ADs to fit the skulls of the sleuths previously slain into the slots to unlock the double doors. The alchemy room, PI also printed out a recipe for 5-alarm hot sauce, which involved a chipotle pepper, a rare item which proved to be found beneath AD's hat. One of the ADs prepared the concoction hot sauce still and waited for it to mature. Upon freeing themselves from the dollhouse, HD, NB, and female AD encountered MK, who just returned to his office. This sparked a fierce battle, whereby the heroines dealt damage to MK by raising his blood sugar and using powerful techniques such as their charm break and murder flux techniques. Power for these attacks was supplied when damage was taken by their counterparts. In the meantime, PS and the other 2 ADs were climbing the levels to MK's office, fighting monsters along the way. The damage they took fueled the female's attacks and vice versa. MB's murder flux was maxed out and PI was fooling around with windows. Control room, he dropped one window through its corresponding window portal in spite of warnings from the honeybee professor. The reaction triggered a massive explosion, killing PI and the professor. PI met with death for T. Professor pollinated the floral/fractal based afterlife, while GPI fondly regarded it. After her attack, MK pushed NB through his office window. She fell through the sky in a nervous manner for some time until FBI appeared from the past and caught her. In the course of the battle with MK, MD was killed in a suicide maneuver. He met PI and Death in the afterlife. Together, they eventually bested Death in a series of Sudoku-based challenges to return to life. Pickle Inspector would bring a tear to Death's eye by completing the labyrinthine Sudoku comprehensile. The earlier window explosion caused by PI was so massive, it caused a citywide blackout in the imaginary universe. The darkness triggered the release of the terrible demon called Sleuth. The final adversary PS would face at the top of the tower, which physically corresponded with the imaginary tower synthetic ascension connecting both sides of the universe. Sleuth would climb that tower and emerge through the Death Star window. PS would easily kill Sleuth with his trusty knives attack. Holy shit, this is so much reading. On the way up, one of the ADs was attacked by a zombie hired muscle who later proved to be a hero and became Zombie A-Stick. Zad snuck by Sleuth, discovered the giant Bone Stilson dog bus blocking MK's office door. Meanwhile, HD killed MK with Kiss of Death. However, MK snuck out of the afterlife while Death was distracted by PI and AD. MK revived himself with insulin shot and knocked HD out cold. He then built a fort out of his desk, drank some liquor, and turned it into the imaginary universe. Once the 5-alarm hot sauce was finished, explosion destroyed the Bone Stilson dog, allowing PS into MK's office to find MK in his fort. The other AD drank the 5-alarm hot sauce and became a very strong Fiesta A-Stick. When Fad inverted the universe by flipping a window, this allowed MK to descend into demonhood to become Demon Head Monster Kingpin, MK's final form. PS, Fad, and Zad went through the office and upstairs to the deck of MK's imaginary pirate ship, Chicago Overcoat. Fad had to destroy/dislodge a series of busts along the way, including a Snoop Dogg bus which he tragically sent into the sky, never to be seen again. PS flipped the ship's steering wheel to invert the universe again to begin waging battle. PI and AD, having bested Death, returned to the ship. FBI conjured candy armor for the party, which was quickly negated by DMK's powerful attacks. Sleuth Party countered with a series of their own attacks, raising DMK's blood sugar and dealing damage by summoning the Weasel King, conjuring a Jawbreaker Skylight Bomb, and invoking a Comb Rave to execute ridiculously powerful Triple Trouble Shuffle. DMK's first phase was defeated, only to reveal DMK's second phase with 2 fully revived health meters. To counter this, the Sleuth Party invoked their Gambit schemas to enhance their offensive and defensive attributes. Meanwhile, HD and NB find themselves trapped in the sleazy brothel in the sky, where they pursue a mission to best Madame Mural, MK's female counterpart and brothel matron, plug in a giant fan for some reason. Also, while DMK's weak spot was exposed, AD foolishly got on top of DMK's hat. The AD who was at one point the female AD but now ironically functions as the normal AD. Death met him on top of the hat and then challenged him to a friendly game of life, which brings us to the present moment. It's also simple, you wonder why you even bothered to ask. Yeah, no, that was a whole fucking thing. Goodness gracious. HC, go through window. What song are we on right now? And it's actually pretty long. 72 songs in this album. I'm only on song 11. You exit the rear cabin of the cheese truck, which is parked somewhere in the Bullshit district. Swain, go through window. You exit the rear cabin of the cheese truck to go through the driver's hatch. Historical Dame Jones, you. Where to, my good lady? HD, to the Fromager district. You back through the square, shoulder tolls in reverse. Appears a driver for another local goods distributor is waiting for you. And B, loosen corset, load plug into cheese truck. You're going to need a stouter build to lift the plug. Highbrow is about to invite you to a box social, but is somewhat derailed by your transformation. The flustered Highbrow loses purchase of his monocle. You feed the plug through the truck's cabin / square window. You can go no further. Seems there's not enough slack in the cord. The rest of it must be bunched up and stuck outside the brothel. HD, drive back to Bullshit district. Tell the Swain to step on it. The cord is dragged further, creating additional slack. Ham needle. You thread the cord through the ham needle, one of the city's most famous landmarks. You pause nearby a ham truck. Appears some fellow is standing on top of its cabin, peering through his fancy opera binoculars to get a better look at something astounding he may have seen in the sky. HD. Double back through the tolls. You head back to the Fromagere district. You think the cord now has more than enough slack for the rest of its journey. NB, bring plug through a wide window. You enter the last booth and exit the cabin of the ham truck, flattening out the portions of you and the plug. Plug is now returned to its original proportions. Because there aren't nearly enough side plots going on, you think it's time you got started with this epic duel top of a large hat. The game of life set up, you and Death enter the game. After divvying up your starting cash, you choose the appropriate game pieces. Death uses his adding sites to make careful calculations on how to utilize his funds. He considers a variety of college brochures to determine where he should begin his education. Life is very serious business, and Death doesn't take it lightly. Of course not. What song is this? It sounded pretty different. Still Play the Wind. Ace Stick grabs Death's cast and runs. You and Death fit into the peg slots of your game pieces. Death is in hot pursuit, taking shots at you with his anti-tank rocket scythe. This is extremely serious, but it's also incredibly serious business. This is such random bullshit. Fad. Ride MK's fort like a mechanical bull. Yeehaw. Oh shit. Well then. 4 heroes sent to battle with DMK. Gallant heroes locked in epic combat with the vile demon lout Oglog and Rubbit, Prince of the Candy Bean Warlocks. They have reached level 33,333 with the tower, which means they're halfway to the top. Almost there. This is such garbage, man. Seems like the fucking Weasel and the Elf are the only ones doing damage. Unless those icicles are happening because of the Clown Bard, but I don't think bards have that kind of magic, so. I'm pretty sure the hog is a cleric. I'll have to go back. DMK, Combat Operandi, Brandy, Clownstorm. Ah, fuck. The Clown Pontificate is summoned and wields his legendary hamper of the Jaded Fools on UI. This could be such trash, isn't it? Yeah. Rumble at the Rink. It's this song. It's actually pretty sick. And it's the same colors as the fucking Trickster mode. This vampire speed, you simply cannot avoid the savage volley of floppy shoes. And this fun. All 3 flicker attributes have been dampened. Ripeness depletes steadily regardless. Zad, clean this mess up. Clean the mess up. Zombie Ace take care of all the torsos. He takes time to savor the scrumptious clown meat. What is this? It's actually something I can open in this app. It's not a link to it. It's a journal website. The fuck is this? This. Yeah, I'll have to team special Olympics. I'm gonna save this and read this later. I don't have time or energy to. This is already taking up all my energy. PFPI, cheating game of trouble. After about 7 hours of horsing around the loathsome problematic bubble, no closer to landing a favorable roll with those stupid sugar cubes. You look around to make absolutely certain death is still away from the table. You advance one of your pegs by 1 slot. You are overwhelmed by feelings of guilt. You ensure no guilt tech. Shame of 1,000 bedwetting children. This fucking track is actually pretty sick. I don't know, I say actually like any of the damn songs are bad. It's all rock the heist. Huh. I mean, I've listened to all these songs, but like I listened to them such a long time ago, I don't remember all of them. Especially since a lot of them aren't actually in the comic itself. You put the piece back. 80. Take money to racetrack, bet on ponies. Make a few sharp turns to ditch death. You head straight for the tracks. He can still fucking see you. It's a straight track. Okay. You head straight for the tracks, ready to pony up the dough and put yourself on easy street for life. You speed through an intersection and run over a pedestrian. Okay. You cradle her in your arms. She's slipping away from you. You beseech GPI for mercy, pleading that he spare this beautiful woman from such a cruel fate. Voice nearby reminds you that you're pleading with the wrong entity. Desperately bargain with death, challenging him to any game you can think of for the fair damsel's life. Clue, Connect 4, Uno, Battleship, Sudoku. Okay, not Sudoku. How about snakes and ladders? That's fun. Or what about Hungry Hungry Hippos? God, you love Hungry Hungry Hippos. Death vanishes from the game. He either has been moved by your plea or has more important business to tend to elsewhere. The woman's life is spared. You are so happy. 80. Punch woman in snout to establish superiority. Another song with actual lyrics, which is very surprising. Your superiority has been clearly established. Some bystanders admire your manly initiative. Ace Dig marries wife Harst. Okay. DMK's emotion level rises due to the poignant, tear-jerking moment taking place on top of his hat. In his emotional state, he's vulnerable to physical attacks. Of course he is. This is such bullshit. P.S. Combat operandi. Randy. Armor sticks. You expend the required units of hog slot, pie filling, and a single tier to invoke the mysterious command. You summon death from his macabre realm, or wherever the hell he was when you called him away. Is this walk, stop, walk? Yeah, it is. Well, walk, stop, walk, beat down. Such a good Track. You strike a diplomatic bargain with death and receive a boon. You've acquired Death Scythe. PS. Aggress. Oh man, I love when they have the leitmotifs. It kind of fits with what's going on the screen right now. Trombone Scythe, Fort Scythe. Fad, beat the crap out of MK. You're staring up to box MK's ears, but it seems like he has fled the office. MK deposits an ornate Persian rug over the trapdoor, then retreats down the stairs. Fad, pursue MK. Of course he fucking follows. You fall right into MK's trap and slide down the dumbwaiter shaft into the back room of your office. Okay, the oboe's back. Oh, no, he put it back. Should actually read before just saying shit. MK enters his speakeasy and relodges the oboe between the doors. Why can't you just punch the fucking door open? And before they weren't strong enough, but I feel like Fad's actually strong enough to do that. You are a little irked that someone would tamper with their carefully thought out security measures. Also, you wonder what the fuck happened to your beautiful bust. So you wonder what happened to the fuck happened to your beautiful bust. It's fucking gone. Too bad. P.S. Keep aggressing. Rocket launcher Scythe. Bone Stilson Dog Scythe. Honestly, the transforming weapons used to be a bit like, what the fuck is going on, but this is pretty sick. God, bust into the still room like Kool-Aid Man. Boom. Oh yeah. I feel like he made him red just to have that happen. He can't fool me. You feel a most unwelcome rumbling beneath your feet. Fad, break down door using awesome Latin strength. Thank you. You easily snap the thin, brittle instrument in half. Wonder what sort of moron thought it would serve as an effective obstruction in the first place. Man. A little bit, assuming a little bit of commotion. Motion proves to be the oboe that broke the camel's back. The floor caves in beneath you. Okay, now this is just stupid. While first the ace examines the hole, you sneak up the stairs. Push him through the hole. MK, exit speakeasy. GPI, do something useful. Attack or something. Sorry, but Godhead Pickle Inspector can only fondly regard his creation. Illusory world of form is not to be interfered with. The divine dance within is to be revered silently through his omniscient ogle. Oh cripes, in this form, the MK regenerates very quickly. Your attacks are having a hard time keeping up with his restorative ability. This is fucking hacks, man. P.S. Aggress faster. Fuck, what did that say? Shit, I can't even read that fast. Romance Novel Scythe, T-Rex Scythe, Dollhouse Scythe, Labyrinthine, Pseudo Cube. I forgot the last fucking word was. Comprehensile Scythe. Something brand Scythe. Can't fucking read that fast. Dude, I seriously can't read that fast. Looks like a piano. Shotgun status of honey production. Pairing nectar has been raining down steadily with every attack. Eager bees have been collecting it, applying it toward new impetus combs. Looks like 3 new combs are nearing completion. P.I. Stop standing around like an idiot and do something. I think it's finally time you put your Gambit Schema's monstrous strength to use. Fucking candy corn vampire. Palmsfield has been the only one doing anything useful right now. Which I like, because he's the main character. He's actually fucking goated in this story. I mean, none of it would have started without him. Because fucking Ace Dick was trying to solicit some horrors, and then Pickle Inspector was high out his mind in his imagination realm. None of them were doing anything. Maybe if you throw a heavy object at him, yes, the huge anchor over there ought to do nicely. Start making your way over there, but due to your ridiculous Frankenstein slowness, it only moves several inches per minute. This could take a while. Zad, stop standing around like an idiot and do something. Zombie Ace Dick is borderline retarded and usually can't do anything other than bite things and absorb preposterous amounts of damage. I suppose his brains are literally rotten, so it makes kind of sense. It makes some sort of sense. He's also generally dumb on his own, so becoming a zombie probably doesn't help. At the moment, he manages to be doing both things at the same time. And be get in ham truck and drive through underpass. Fucking Warhammer Zilly Hill is playing right now, which is pretty fitting considering what we just witnessed. Thinking this is short, I don't think my brain could deal with more of this. I think this is the one track I'd say is not very pleasant. Alright. Ooh, this next song's actually gonna be pretty sick. Trailer's tough, loses his footing. His binoculars sadly are crushed beneath the tire of the ham truck. Oh yeah, we got Savior of the Dreaming Dead. Oh, this is too good. I'm gonna cherish this moment. You drive through Jack's squat underpass with a plug in tow. NB feed plug through gutter pipe projector. Oh man, the strings and everything just hit so well. You widen the aperture of the valve, dump the plug through. You're jumping after it. Looks like a hysterical dame is caught up with you, followed by her smitten suitor. Both jump through the pipe too. Oh fuck. The way everything fits into this song is so fucking sick. Let me just switch to Pickle Inspector. I've been... extra slack, and the plug's cord is tightened around the eye of the ham needle. The plug is projected at high velocity into the moving picture screen, now at a reasonable scale. NB, HD, and the Swain are all projected as well. HD. Loosen scale bodice. Okay, maybe a bit too much. Loosen the drawstrings on your bodice to normalize your scale, but you overdo it a little. Swain gets an ungentlemanly eyeful with his personal gawkular lens. His itchy twizzle finger between the twitch. Legitimate establishment. Horns, keys, mounts. Mobster Kingpin has exited the speakeasy, which apparently was the back room of a legitimate establishment operating as a front for his bootlegging outfit. There were just enough quality wares for his purchase to be convincing to any nosy flatfoot doffing his cap in your direction. MK, exit legitimate establishment. You exit the shop to the south side of Whore Island, to where all the playboys and tomcats dressed to the nines, their swankiest rags for a midnight hootenanny. The back door to the brothel is nearby. Man, hearing this just is making me think of fucking Cascade, since that's where it plays. I'm just imagining the moment. You know, this is right before Jade, Rose, and Dave wake up and everything goes to fucking shit. I can't wait to get these epic points in the story. The back to the brothel is nearby. It's the entrance of choice for any discreet gentleman. This vantage, you can see the famous clock tower of Cartesian alignment. It is directly behind the cathedral synthetic ascension, its face in precise alignment with the cathedral's eye. Approaches the strike of midnight. Fad, pursued MK. Okay, man. You barge out of the establishment store, but MK is nowhere to be found. Seems to have swapped hats with one of the gentlemen throw you off his trail. How do we go from Savior of the Dreaming Dead to fucking Maple Hoof's Adventure? The fucking contrast in this album. Went from Warhammer Zillyhoo, Savior of the Dreaming Dead, now to Maple Hoof's Adventure. Which is a good song, but it's such a contrast. Why is Fat so fucking stupid? Okay. AD advanced in life. Life is good. You made a killing on the bank tells, the track, and rolled your earnings into lucrative empire casinos, loan sharking, gin mining, rum running, which is sort of silly because the game of life does not take place in the Prohibition era, but more of a generic modern suburban setting where alcohol is perfectly legal. Still, you stick with what you know. To make it perfect, like complete, your beautiful wife has just given birth to Sunhurst. You nudge him affectionately in the snout to establish paternity. Alright, we'll be back in a little bit.
really don't have any idea what I'm actually missing in this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Was that
Alright. My bad. I was talking to my brother. Um, now let's get this done. Um, to make life complete, to make it perfect, like complete, beautiful life, it's just giving birth to Sunhurst. Judgment affectionately the snout to establish fraternity. Heroes, France in Cathedral. Party has reached level 66,665. We're removed from the final floor. Bam. Weasel's getting destroyed. They locked in struggle with the foul giant. Garn Goot, Blister Shod, Damn Sentry of the pot-bellied exiles. Garngut has stopped the valiant weasel warrior to death. Well, what the fuck is the hog doing? He's doing nothing. The hog cleric shows his crock of fealty and casts the spell Porcine Intervention. Bruiser Warrior flips the fuck out back to life. Crown Bar bristles out, and Incendiary oot solo in a fit of joy. Can y'all stop with this bullshit? Calavera Scythe. F-16 Scythe. Fancy Santa Scythe. Ugly Dog Scythe. Huh. F-16. I did say F-16, didn't I? Dude's going through an entire fucking barrage. Teaspoon Scythe. Dude, why are you waiting? Hey, Bomb Scythe. This shit better be. Thank you. About to say, you fucking wait. Let him. I guess that's a pretty baller move. Let him recover all his health, and then just nuke it all in one go. Could have just been done with the fucking fight if you had done a bomb right away, but doesn't matter that much. Death, Lord Mop, one loss of Sleuth. The loss of his beloved weapon has caused Death to shed another tear of black liquid sorrow. Suburban reversal. No wonder. Zad pushed PI toward Anchor to hurry him along. Sorry, some things just can't be rushed. Zad manhandle one of the gentlemen. Grab a suspicious-looking gentleman by the collar and rough him up a bit. Wait, that is not Mobster Kingpin. Take his hat anyway because he lost hers somehow. Don't even remember what happened to it. The giant dame above kindly points out MK lineup. MK, throw down your hat in disgust. No good stinking dames. Can't trust them, I tells you. Maybe you're just absolutely ridiculous to think this shit would ever work. MK takes his hat back and flees into the brothel. HT, tighten strings on bodice. Turn to normal scale. HD, plug projector and plug in fan. Unplug projector and plug in fan. You couldn't possibly be that stupid, could you? NB, bring plug through mouse hole. Feed the plug through the hole and sneak by MM. The outlet is really high up. Only someone with a tremendous tallness attribute could reach it. Tighten it. NB, tighten corset like you've never tightened before. Goodness gracious. You yank the strings on your aspect corset as hard as you can. Your dimensions elongate considerably. You lift the plug to the outlet. Even though you are weaker with these proportions, you have no problem lifting the plug because it is very light when it is small. Sort of like how an ant can lift 50 times its own weight due to its scale. You feel it is incredibly important that events in this adventure maintain strict adherence to the laws of physics, because it would just be stupid if there were any inconsistencies. Right, man. Sure, it would be. Well then. The extended valve punctures the hull of one of MK's shady bus smuggling ships. NB, plug in fan. You've successfully plugged in the fan. However, the outlet is not receiving power. The line runs from the chimney, controlled by a switch in the dollhouse's attic. HD, enter MM's office. You barge in. Madam is enraged by your presence. The drawstrings on NB's corset snap back due to the extreme tension. She falls onto the table. And they're dead. White House Green Room. Pretty sure that's a pretty good song. I mean, any of the Doc Scratch themes are pretty good, usually. MK, enter theater. In your hurry to escape the awful red menace that is Fiesta A-Stick, you don't notice a small man on the floor with an eyepiece. Squash him like a bug. You hide in the brothel lobby. Fad, follow MK. You enter the empty theater. It's totally quiet in here. It's likely no one has been here for hours. There's a motion picture playing on the screen. You love motion pictures. So I had to take a seat. The burlesque cinema makes you a little hot under the collar, even considering your already innately spicy disposition. Yes, you do believe you can make out a bare ankle or two. Still, the picture seems awfully small. You obtain a personal ocular lens next to the small man's body on the floor, will surely enhance your viewing pleasure. Yeah, oh yes. No, that's a ticket. This is just complete horseshit. Yeah. MK sneaks up behind you and slaps you on the back of the head. Fucking disrespectful. FBI, play a haunting tuba refrain to raise DMK's emotions. Conjure tuba and prepare to blow a soulful, brooding melody through the substantial horn's brassy girth. DMK, biotechnique, vexatious glower. Well, you just can't do it. DMK is directing one of his horrible vexatious glowers at you. Glower? Glower? Pretty sure it's pronounced different. It's very distracting. FBI combat operandi. Keep saying it wrong, probably. I don't know. Temporal replic simile. Split in two and narrowly avoid the attack. One copy vanishes into the future, the other into the past. So now we got the yellow one in the future. DMK turns his glower on problem sleuth. Catches you way off guard. Even your vampire fast is no match for it. Well, shit. Damn it. He was just too OP. They had to take him out. He took out an entire fucking... To be fair, he had death sights. But he took out an entire fucking health bar on his own. The flicker attribute of your artifice ambient has been completely snuffed out. The shared ripeness attribute has been depleted by half. Your schema pumpkin has started to show its age. Should probably take it off the porch soon. It is late November after all. Right. End of November to be precise. Problem Sleuth Gambit schema has expired. Meanwhile, Death and Zombie A-Stick both try to help coax Pickle Inspector toward that anchor, but to no avail. Slow and steady wins the race. NB, enter Dollhouse. Interesting. You enter the foyer of the Dollhouse. Progress to the attic, you will need to unlock the door blocking the stairs. It's covered with a number of colored padlocks. Locks do not appear to have any keyholes. There are two other doors, one to a pantry and another to a studio. On the side is a lovely corset, clearly meant for a woman of generous carriage. Great. Not the fucking horns honking. NB, enter studio door. You re-enter Madame Yero's studio at a normal scale. NB plus HD plus MB aggress. So we got a fucking taser and a flamethrower. FBI join battle. Things pretty clear. Death has abandoned your friendly game for good. You don't want to leave a mess, so you neatly put the game back in its box. Meanwhile, you sense your temporal counterpart has finally split in two, sending one into the past, you, and the other into the future, FFPI. You may finally join the battle while keeping the confusion to a minimum. Hold on. HD plus MB, dual aggression, striptease. Damn. Just getting fucked up. Pair of burly men grapple through the studio in a rough and tumble manner. Ladies stand aside in awe of the manly display. Why? If he is a small injured man has managed to crawl through the mouse hole to get a gander of the action as well. He's gonna get stepped on again and die. For real this time. Swain makes a valiant play for his eyepiece, which in no way, shape, or form could ever be used in conjunction with a sniper rifle and could possibly serve as one of numerous red herrings to this effect. PS plus Zad plus death, move anchor toward PI. Here. Combined strength is enough to nudge the anchor a little bit his way. Almost there. Yes! Your frank strength strongness is more than enough for the task. Check on Combs again. Seems we got the fourth one. Suckle Amphora. One of the impetus combs is complete. There are two more on its heels that will also be finished very soon. Completed comb is fitting into the Tecton hive. Lazy Susan of Endowment is spun to position PI Suckle Amphora beneath the hive. MK plus Fad take Brawl into Dollhouse Pantry. You both enter the pantry. It's quite cozy and domestic, and a man can make himself real comfortable in here. There appears to be a Lazy Susan on the table. Heroes, reach final level. We've ascended to level 66,666 at long last. There's a huge portal opposite to the one linking the now defunct Death Star window. View seems out of focus. There are two cranks, one on the floor/ceiling, another on the ceiling/floor. Heroes turn crank. Do you remember me? Such a good song. Oh damn, this is another song that goes for a very good good flash. Oh man. Dude, I'm seriously getting excited thinking about this. Just thinking of all the awesome flashes and moments and all the random bullshit shenanigans. We're already having enough fun with this, and this is like not even close to the level that Homesome gets. Let me stop hyping it up before I don't know. I guess some people are probably not gonna like it, but I've streamed what I feel like streaming. Hopefully can get some new Homestuck viewers in the stream and have a good time regardless. Even if I just do it by myself, I'm sure I'm gonna enjoy it either way. It's an experience that needs to be experienced. I mean, I've wanted to stream Homestuck since 2020, since the beginning, since I first started streaming, but then I was too embarrassed to do it. I thought I was gonna wait like a lot longer to get it done, but then I was just like, fuck it, might as well go out of my comfort zone and just get it done. Like, it shouldn't matter. I was actually gonna wait like 2 or 3 more years to do it, but I feel like it's the perfect time. The clock tower of Cartesian alignment comes to the focus. Still, it is very far away and difficult to read. Wonder if there is any way to zoom in on it. PI comb rave anchors away. Prepare to feel your Sokka and 4 to fuel your devastating anchor attack. Oh my god, this is going to be so awesome. MK, yeah, I figured that this was the actual real one. In the real world, MK smashed Sokka and 4 over Fad's head. Little disregard. Dollhouse property. Shatter the small, delicate glass vessel over your adversary's thick cranium. Look at this mess. Such bullshit. Okay, place M4 with a new receptacle. Suckle Chalice. Great. You find a striking Suckle Chalice in one of the cabinets. It's probably filled with Jokas. Joko's honey topped from the 4th comb. That's bullshit. That shouldn't be able to fill his. He's not even part of the damn. Whatever, man. DMK. Comb Rave. Film with daylight. DMK powers up for a ridiculously deadly attack. Better figure out a way to get as far as away from here as possible. I don't care what sort of defense, aegis, or ambient you've got, you're within blast radius. With this one, it will kill you all. PI, throw anchor overboard. Drop the anchor. Now you think of it, you wonder why you needed. You thought you needed to use a comb wave just to throw a silly old anchor. Anchor latches onto the base of the cathedral's synthetic ascension. The tension in the rope causes the Chicago overcoat to veer off course outside the reach of DMK's attack. You sling 180 degrees around the cathedral to the other side, exposing a view of the clock tower of Cartesian alignment. Problem Sleuth mans the reel for no very good reason, since it doesn't actually serve any purpose in steering the ship. Still, maintaining appearance of command over the vessel is good for morale. From the wheel's portal, you can see your own ship swing into view, passing in front of the cathedral's central eye. You begin to contemplate. Oh shit. Flare. This entire fucking album is so good. You begin to contemplate the invention of the wheel's corresponding portal. Man, the piano always gets me. I mean, flee into dollhouse and wear a corset. MM hardly took any damage. From the previous skirmish, it seems she's a rather resilient old battle axe. Going to have to resort to something with a little more bite. But she's not about to keep brawling. I'm just gonna continue fucking ignoring any typos. She's not about to keep brawling without her corset. Someone has stolen your corset. Son of a bitch. You're not getting away. HD, loosen scale bodice, send to attic. You consider increasing your size to break through the floors and rise directly to the attic. You consider as it would destroy the dollhouse completely and disable the fan's power source altogether. That would be a very bad idea. MM aggress. While you're daydreaming about such things, Madame Ural dips her skeleton brush into the palette paints. She applies a variety of colors to the brush. Ah, shit. Damn, that's actually pretty sick. MM lashes HD with her skeleton flail. No sultry artisan dominatrix would be caught dead with that one. So we got a green is freaking Morningstar. Red is just a straight up thorn. Blue is regular 3-pronged whip, and then purple seems to be a cat o' nine tails. Yellow is just a chain. Auto parry. NB completes a successful auto parry. Aspect dodge. DMK. Feeling with daylight already. Not quite. You kind of just wasted a. Holy shit. Okay. DMK's attack has ripped the universe in half. Fucking yikes. What is this? Galactic Cancer. Cathedral and clock tower have been sliced in half as well. Currents of space and time pull back to reveal the highly energetic, extra-dimensional cosmic superstring strata. Though the blast missed the ship entirely, the steering wheel has also been mysteriously bisected. Comb report? Next two combs are complete. They appear to be a couple of doozies. Fill HD NB suckle receptacles. Suckle carafe and suckle ramekins. Well then. Fad and MK interrupt their brawl to wonder what the heck is going on over there with that lazy Susan. 2 of the receptacles are topped off. Aggress more vigorously. Damn. You sock HD right in the noggin with a bold swap of emerald green paint. She's not clean through her corset. HD turns you dollhouse. Huh. The gentleman is still alive somehow. Oh, he never really died, but he kind of did die, but then he came back mysteriously. Let me go back to Problem Sleuth. HD Comb Rave, Rolling Thunder. Right, it's the electric. The freaking taser. The expressions for the battle are always... He's always done a good job with that. Alright, I forgot. She also has the lipstick, which is the chainsaw. Freaking wielding chainsaw and taser. NB, chain attack. NB changes her comb rave after HD's attack. Together you initiate your dual rave maneuver. Cauterize sisters. NB comb rave, highly flammable case of the vapors. Oh shit, just gonna pour the entire fucking... Or not, just... Of all the vapors. You come engulfed in a volatile stripper fumes. You do declare you're feeling a bit lightheaded and warm under the blouse. Right, because they switch weapons. Damn. NB, finisher. Fire up your finishing move, level 99 Cuddle Tech, Tuckering Goodnight. Dude, the black and red eyes just really make it all the more epic. Madame Miro has been slain. She drops the skeleton brush in the pallet. AD, enjoy life. This dude is still... I mean, he's fucking useless, so who cares, honestly. She's been the most useless character in this entire time. Not him as a character, but like him... This version specifically. Now we're playing Serenade, which is another fucking good one. We need to boost that volume because I want it to be heard. Stroll on the sidewalk with your beautiful, lovely family, thinking fondly of all the riches and power you have accumulated. Going to get a bite to eat at a restaurant you run, then taking a motion picture at the theater, which you also own. Safe to say you hold this town in the palm of your hand. Not everyone is thrilled by your meteoric rise to power. Nearby, furtive eye leers at you behind an incognito pry glass. GPI, Deus Ex Suing Machina. Your wondrous creation has been desecrated. Simply will not tolerate this. Well, finally gonna do something for once. Plug the ham needle from its foundation in the Bullshare district. Divine powers you elongate the fan cord considerably. You fix the meat-based landmark to your trusty sewing machine, Machina. You hold up the fabric of space-time to assess the damage. My. This is what happens when you allow hooligans to roughhouse in your universe. GPI. Sew universe back together. breach has been mended. Put the hem needle back where it belongs. You can lower it. Tiny bit. Structures repair themselves as well. Ship's wheels mended. As the universe comes back together, the four heroes drift onto the opposite gravitational field. Fad wield a machine gun against MK. You're through with all this aimless ruffianism. It's time to give MK an up-close look at the ugly end of your hairpin. MK don MM's corset. Gravity brassiere. Mass. Yeah. Times 10. Factor of 1. Times 10. Factor of 0. Mobster Kingpin puts on the late Madame Mural's still an undergarment. Gravity brassiere. Feels like a glove. It's almost a little too comfortable. You pull the mask drawstrings and boost your mask by a factor of 10. The bullets ricochet. Fuck me. Of MK's now massive, virtually immovable torso. Few of the suckle receptacle shatter. Oh god, there's honey everywhere. The clock tower of Cartesian alignments finally strikes the midnight. Toll can be heard throughout the cosmos. Speakeasy patrons hear the chime and know that it can only mean one thing. It's the witching hour, and it's time to get your drink on. This is no dilemma a spirited hootenanny will not address. The patrons wonder what has become of their beloved legitimate establishment. Change takes place in the ship's wheel. HD get brush and palette. We gotta take the paint and unpaint the locks. You acquire the skeleton brush and the palette. Put your scale corset back on while you're at it. Grown fond of its snug embrace. You hear a loud racket from the other room. Think it's probably a good idea just to leave it be. HD paint keyholes on locks. Alright. Wasn't really thinking of that, honestly. Frog Forager. Jade theme, I'm assuming. Use the skeleton brush to apply keyholes to locks with the appropriate paint colors. HD unlock door. Use the skeleton key on the locks. Free to go up the stairs. Death greets MM in the afterlife politely. He nervously pours a hot cup of tea. He wonders if by any chance you are up for a game involving large mammals with insatiable appetites. MM becomes furious at the backhanded reference to her substantial carriage. HD plus MB send stairs. You both advance to the second floor of the dollhouse. Appears this is where MM keeps her whores prison while they're not blowing honey coolers at the concupiscent Johns to scratch out some salad. It was actually a lot less dirty than it sounded. Looks like there's a pair of sunglasses on the floor. Heroes turn crank. Cathedral's viewpoint zooms in on the clock. You can now read the time quite clearly. The chronoscope of axial conjugation extends from the cathedral's eye. You observe a change taking place in the wheel's viewport. You also notice that the ship has nearly swung all the way back around to a waiting ordinary DMK. If you're going to do something, you better do it fast. You put Ben Stiller's sunglasses in your inventory. Never know when you might need to look really outrageously cool. I mean, those are just Dave's sunglasses. HD plus NB, Sun Stairs. Obviously, I mean, in the story, it's the same thing. It's Ben Stiller's glasses. John gave to him. Man, the amount of problem soup that is in Homestuck is just insane. Like, I remembered a couple of the references, but like 99% of the fucking comic is in Homestuck, just in a different format. You reach the attic. There's a switch on the wall that powers the line running up the chimney. P.S. Remove chronoscope from the wheel. Man, these time shenanigans, time and space shenanigans are fucking insane. Pry the scope from the central groove, the wheel becomes deactivated. Found the chronoscope. Dumb. You got the chronoscope. Lame. Something else. Couldn't really read it. Lame. Yeah, and I don't know what that says. Fad, combat opera. Randy, Barandai, belly of the whale. Fairy state. Yeah. Been locked in this futile struggle long enough. It's time to swallow this sucker, the whole enchilada. Man, you will not stop with this theme for Fad. MK, battle technique, extortion. Once again, MK turns the tables on you, horns in on your somewhat ethnically flavored racket. Fiesta A stick, spilled into Mobster Kingpin's generous tummy. Transform into Fiesta Mobster Kingpin, your base, mass, volume are amplified considerably. You're now way too big to exit the pantry door. Well, then that was just a dumb idea. But we all know that 80 is absolutely the stupidest character in this entire series. For some reason, Thug Lord Pryglass to reveal a black ring around eye. He's seen enough. Gives a surly little nod to his accomplice. Ace has been strutting around like he owns the town long enough. The thugs and their bean shooters have something to say about that. That thing is dance between lead raindrops. You filthy rat. Dude, it's fucking game of life, and it turned into this entire thing. Auto parry. She does not have auto parry, and therefore is now dead. You auto parry a bullet directly in the gut, saving your dear sweet son Hurst. Wife Hurst, however, was not so lucky. Mutter something to death between sobs. Sounds something like, "You had a deal. You had a deal." No, you didn't. You fucking fucked off with his money and chose to create this empire. Can you finally come back to the story and stop being an idiot? I can't muster any fucking sympathy for this ridiculous side plot. I don't have so much tolerance for the fucking nonsense. DMK's emotions have risen due to the gripping drama unfolding atop his hat. Can't really be an ideal time to inflict damage. 80 plus Sunhurst become vigilante superheroes out of grief. Your losses cause you to feel an all-consuming sense of vengeance. You feel like every superhero cliche is swirling around you at once. Fad, punch death and snout to establish superiority. That Mexican fellow over there seems awfully angry. Maybe you're just being paranoid, but he looks to be fixing to punch something. So as not to upset him further by referencing his ethnicity, you casually push a pinata that wasn't plain to you back into your game's cupboard. You feel foolish for nearly recommending it as an activity. Sunhurst becomes Bathurst. You guess you should probably find some sort of costume too. Maybe something with a skull on it. I don't know. Punisher, right? Batman, Spider-Man. Those are the ones that I can think of. Origin. The tragic loss. I'm sure there's plenty more, but those are the three that come to mind. PS gives scope to PI. To save time, you lob the chronoscope to your incredibly slow ally. PI, attach scope to sniper rifle. Finally. Fits your sextant perfectly. It'll be a breeze ferrying the skies with this old-fashioned nautical navigation device. Speaking of which, you can see your ship through the scope. Change takes place in the clock tower of Cartesian alignment. Alright, the gun is gonna come out through. Tower transforms into the clock tower sniper cannon. PI, zoom in. Yeah, he's gonna fucking shoot himself like an idiot. You see through the scope that the Chicago overcoat is finally swung around in front of DMK again. Hey, there you are with the gun. You should probably be careful where you point this thing. Probably. PI, look around universe with the scope. Cast a curious ogle throughout the cosmos. Clock tower coordinates its aim with your movements. What's that up there? Looks like something has been caught in the orbit of a distant moon. P.S. We love GPI. Save that glorious bust. No. You got to save it, even if it means taking a bullet for Captain Snoop. Man. P.I. had no intention of destroying the precious bust. In any case, the valiant gesture wouldn't have accomplished anything since it was, of course, the cannon that needed to be locked, not the rifle. Man. PI's finger slips. Okay, man. Of course it does. It's over, man. It doesn't even get destroyed. It falls slowly to make it even worse. Oh, I forgot the fucking mech legs were even in play anymore. What song is this? Escape Pod. Yeah, I don't remember this one at all. It's definitely not in the comic. HD flip switch. Finally, it's time to supply power to the fan. Soon a chilling breeze shall flood the heavens. The mighty blades will cut at the air like an executioner's axe. The motor will purr like a jungle cat washing blood off its paws. Bring terror into the hearts of your foes and how they will tremble. Electric current makes its way to the well-traveled cord. To reach the fan, it seems the current must traverse the entire span, the universe, and back again. This will take approximately 18 billion years, twice. Unless, of course, you can think of a way to increase the speed of light. Heroes ascend, other side of cathedral. Four heroes have reached the bottom of the city side. The cathedral turns out ascending, 66,666 flight of stairs is a lot easier than ascending them. The heroes take a stroll to the gutter pipe projects. Curiosity is piqued by a peculiar arrangement. FMK, right, Fiesta. Kind of confused for a second there. Tighten brassiere, making you small enough to exit door. Pull on the volume drawstrings, reducing your volume by a factor of 10. You should be able to leave this blasted pantry now. Floor beneath creaks under your highly concentrated weight. Yeah, you're a dumbass. You fall through the floor of the dollhouse. You know, all three of these fucking assholes are here. PI, aim at DMK. First, you use your crack shot aim to sever the tether to the anchor. You then draw aim between DMK's multitude of ghastly eyes. PI, fire. The cannon volley deals significant damage, which DMK is naturally quick to regenerate. You'll have to keep plugging away at him to keep pace with his demonic defenses. Plus side, this surely means there'll be plenty of bang nectar to work with soon. Auto parry. Zombie Ace takes the brunt of the actual sniper Rifle fire, but adeptly manages to auto parry, each shot directly in the face. Sad when short a new parry craft. Gross's worst nightmare. Oh god. Sad combat operandi. Check yourself, Jonah. You are fed up with being a squishy, necrotic doormat. It's time to use most potent combat operandi of all. Quickly transform into a zombie corsair deck to suit the nautical theme of your awesome marine mammal base attack. Alright, Jonah the... Alright. Reference to the Jonah and the whale in the Bible. I think. Yeah. But Jonah's the guy, not the whale. But I suppose Andrew Hussey is just making the reference. You fire your harpoon gun into the great monster's hide and hoist yourself up. In the process, you rudely bump PI and knock his aim off kilter a bit. You make a stand for the freedom of your people. There should be no dick trod upon again. Prophecy was true. You are the chosen one. The sleeper has awakened. Okay. Fucking. He fucked himself over like an idiot. Cannon's fire drifts. Yeah. You continue to be a useless fuck. Even the zombie version is still fucking useless. I mean, Fad has been the only one who's actually done anything useful this entire time. And now he's off. Fucking went and got himself killed. Sperm whale is not. Okay. Let me not get technical here. Sperm whale falls through the sky and lands on a building. This all seems highly, highly improbable. Oh man. Yeah. Oh no, not fucking jailbreak, man. Yeah. The impact of the fall finally snuffs out your flicker completely. The zombie ace's gambit scheme has expired. 300 more pages. Shouldn't be too bad. Should be able to finish it by 12 probably. What, I've been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's not bad. You've fallen through many floors of a building and landed in a jail cell. There's a friendly looking man in the corner with an odd variety of possessions. He's likely completely sane. Look forward to becoming friends with him and working together to escape. Can't imagine what could possibly go wrong. Yeah, let me just save there. AD become Punisher Ace deck. Your seething vengeance transforms you into a gritty gun-toting vigilante. However, due to your abysmal imagination, this is the best costume you come up with. You draw a ridiculous-looking skull on the front of your jacket with a dark stone. Maybe it was an old lump of dog shit. You're not really sure. Can't believe how shitty your guns are. It's extraordinarily unlikely that they work at all. AD plus Bathurst, fight crime. You watch over the flaming ruins of your once great empire. You have nothing left. You're going to make them pay for this. DMK's emotions elevate. Nothing upsets him quite like the loss of a profitable empire of white-collar crime. It's almost too much for him to bear. AD, spin wheel of life. Soul with the wheel of life to guide you on how to proceed with the outrageous ass-kicking that is sure to follow. However, the wheel narrowly misses the crime-fighting slot. Looks like you and your son will be heading west instead. That's life, you guess. Ace Dick has contracted case of prospector's colon. Return to size up the situation. Date May 5th, 1848. Weather hot. Health good. Food 1,440 pounds. Next landmark 22 miles. Miles traveled 80 miles. Purchase an ox and some goods like cured meats, whiskey, tobacco, and other essentials. Pack your supplies into your covered wagon. Your old life is over. You and Bathurst will be starting anew on the open frontier. Heroes, enter gutter pipe. Gentlemen, gress foppishly. I'm gonna search up what this fucking word means. Foppish. Concerned with one's clothes and appearance in an effective and excessive way, typically used of a man. Interesting. Gentlemen, you feel strongly that when confronted with a dictatorial word, an energetic fish should be ready to resist. In fact, you have a great deal of thoughts on how a gentleman ought to behave. For instance, his nose should pant, his lips should curl. Additionally, his cheeks should flame, his brow should furrow, his bosom should heave, and his heart should glow. And last but not least, his fist should be ever ready for a knockdown blow. This motherfucker loves putting poetic sounding shit in his fucking works. FMK Titan was here. Mass times 1,000, volume 1/100th. Disgusted with the display of foppery, you show them how a real man should behave. A man's man. Tighten the drawstrings on your woman's undergarment. A great compactification causes an alteration in your biochemistry. FMK becomes dark matter. Mobster Kingpin. DMMK. Just to make sure things get a little more confusing. Your mass increases by a factor of 10,000. Your volume is diminished by a factor of 100. Your increased density creates a strong gravitational field. Rumble. Gravitational forces cause the dolls to shake. What song is this? Frog Hunt. Yeah, that's another one I haven't listened to. What, 32 songs out of 72. I should probably be able to at least finish this album by the time I'm done here. HD and MB fall to the room below with the horrors. Well then. AD, go hunting. And surprisingly, your shitty gun explodes. Okay, man. Looks like you will have to brave the frontier while short on supplies. Your dear Bathurst will have to go hungry another night. To compound your troubles, there's a river ahead. Face the eternal question. To cock or to ford? Ha. 80. Ford River. Guessing ford means cross. And cock probably means go around. No, in terms of like construction. Caulk is like the basically like the plaster used to seal the holes when you're building something. Yeah, ford is a crossing, shallow place with good footing where stream may be crossed by wading. So to ford the river is to cross to the river. Okay, so I just searched it up. Caulking is using caulk for the wagon to seal up everything so it floats. And then ford is just cross at a ford. which is where the river is shallow enough to cross the river regularly. Okay. Ready, Ford River. You decided a guy this hard-boiled doesn't go messing around with totally unmanly things like caulk. You boldly ford the treacherous ice-cold river. Bathurst slips and falls into the river and is carried away by the current. Dear, sweet, precious Bathurst. There's nothing you can do to save him. Horrible father. Bathurst has drowned. Oh, man. DMK grieves that young Bathurst's passing is so sad. He's reaching a near critical spike in emotion. PI, keep up heavy shelling of DMK with that cannon. DMK continues to absorb the cannon fire. His regeneration keeps pace with the damage. He's such a fucking hacker, man. The Wicked Salvo is releasing a massive deluge of pang nectar. The busy bees work tirelessly to gather it all up. The next and second to final comb is well on its way to completion. Meanwhile, in the afterlife... AD, lament life. There's only one thing left to do now. Your oxen have died, and you've long since consumed their remains. Out of supplies. You've burned your wagon for warmth. You nursed the opening of your jug of whiskey for any few precious drops that may remain. Fucking bard quest. With no earthly possessions. You resort to wandering the wilderness as you trudge through a smelly swamp. Contemplate the hurrying abyss of despair that is your life. It's more than you can bear. Yep, the stump. Weakened by starvation and grief, you crawl to a tree stump and collapse. Peculiar aura of misery surrounds the stump. You too depressed to give it much thought. What song is this? Terraform. You're at the end of your rope. Your days of success and happiness are a distant memory. You are a husk of a man. 80 dig up stump. For some reason, losing your last ounce of strength, you're compelled to dig up the stump. You find a gun buried beneath. There's only one thing left for you to do. Unfortunate. Tragedy is all DMK can stand. Suffers an emotional breakdown, ensuring a new sorrow tech. Level 76 dramaturgical catharsis. Comb status. The bees have completed the next impetus comb. The penultimate comb drips with particularly rich honey, is a real whopper of a comb, dwarfing its predecessors. A-Stick's game of life has ended. Was it all an illusion? Entire lifetime spent on the top of a table, on top of a hat, in the blink of an eye? Piss poor imagination grapples with the heady, assuming that's supposed to mean heavy, the heavy metaphysical issue to little avail. Death returns, possibly to offer a perspective on the lessons learned from the game of life you're so eager to jump into. Perhaps next time you try with greater caution. AD punched death in the snout to establish infuriation. That was all on you, bud. While death is distracted, a number of stragglers appear to be wandering out of the afterlife. Now, can we keep fucking MM in there? Death is terribly flustered. He attempts to shoot everyone back in the door. Veil PF, PI's Suckle receptacle. Suckle, you were. PFPI, Comb Rave, Temporal Replica Collision. Past future Pickle Inspector taps the outrageous powers of the seventh Coast Honey. It's so potent he only requires half the receptacle. For a rare half rave maneuver, large hadron part pickle acceleration. The rest of the honey remains seriously for later consumption. PFPI spots the huge floating traffic light portals, which everyone seems to have forgotten about. He splits them into two different distinct closed circuits. Oh, yeah. Unite synchronization. Okay, I just searched up what jocose means. It means playful or humorous, content, cheerful, merry, or joyful. So, happy honey, essentially. Cheerful honey. Hadron is a composite subatomic particle made of two or more quarks held together by the strong interaction, analogous to molecules which are held together by electric force. Most of the mass of ordinary matter comes from the two hadrons, the proton and the neutron. Interesting. Okay. The part pickle accelerates himself through one half of the makeshift collider. PFPI approaches the speed of light, which unfortunately for the fan still remains at its unchanged constant value. Future Pickle Inspector finally appears from the past, conveniently in the midst. The second collider, FFPI Comb Rave Temporal Replica Collision. FFPI uses the rest of the honey for the other half Rave Maneuver, Large Hadron, Anti-Part Pickle Acceleration. Well done. This shit better be epic. Begins his journey in reverse to the other half of the traffic light portal collider. Large Hadron Part Pickles. I just realized it's supposed to be a freaking particles. Oh man. Draw aim at DMK just beneath the large hat drawn on top of his head. Collide. Which one's this one? Home free. The two part pickles collide, blittering at each other in an act of self-sacrifice. There's a chance to use their lives for the greater good, which they relish. Pickles relish. Haha. Very funny. Fucking ridiculous. The fact that I actually understand the puns immediately is what pisses me off even more. AD have tearful reunion with Bathurst. Death was unsuccessful in his attempt to shoot everyone back in the door, so they have no choice but to brace for impact. A-Stick shields Sweet Bastard Bathurst from the terrific blast. Won't lose him this time. Never again, you say. Never again. Right. Oh man. Tender reunion causes DMK to grow a second emotions gauge. What are you doing to this poor man? Damn. Turns out to be a moot point though. DMK's final health meter has been totally wiped out by the collision. Peg nectar is everywhere. Why is it purple now? His epic swoon causes him to descend. There's a strange fellow standing on top of the large hat, drawn on DMK's head. Quite sure you've never detected his existence before, and probably never will again. Discovered the elusive supermassive Higgs bonehead. Appears to be very dense, unintelligent, slow-moving, tragically short-lived. Man. Meanwhile, DMK's nether regional vulnerable blooms, again exposing his weak spot. PI snipe weak spot. Probably end this whole thing right now with one clean head bulb shot. Sexton's out of ammo. Of course it is. Death praise Bonehead's mortality. The mournful look in Death's empty eye socket says it all. We were not long for this world, Mr. Bonehead. I'm so sorry. Higgs Bonehead target weak spot with kamikaze attack. The Bonehead knows what to do. Knows what he must do. He flings his tremendous girth bulbward. PI, give PS chronoscope. In a moment of quick thinking, you realize Problem Sleuth will need the scope to reactivate the wheel and turn the universe. PS plugs the scope into the wheel. I honestly totally forgot about that. Death convinces everyone to get back inside so they all don't go flying on top of the hat. This persistent badgering pays off. They finally listen to reason. PS turn wheel. You flip the universe, versing Bonehead's course directly toward the bulb. But wait, something's happening. Course. It is too late. The Bonehead's life has expired, dissipates into a soup of constituent particles, which then dissipate into nothing. The Bonehead has been slain. Good night, sweet Bonehead. P.S. Throw your hat down in resolve. You're too determined to let this opportunity slip by. You were just way too hard-boiled a detective to be deterred by the setback. With decisive action, you issue a command to your shipmate. PI, go pick up huge barrel. Pickle Inspector begins his dogged trek towards the barrel. The voyage should take several days on account of PI's Frankenstein slowness. PS throws his hat down in disgust. Heroes, aggress DMMK. Fucking pie. Slap the hog's rump. The mage summons some salted melons. And the weasel's flipping the fuck out in the corner there. The hog's eating the damn salted melons. The elf ate the pie. Then summoned a giant elf egg. Weasel's red for some reason. Then attacks it. This is such bullshit. Then the dude absorbs the damn egg. HD plus NB plus hordes, aggress DMMK. Hysterical dame and nervous broad, leaders and liberators of all prostitutes, command the loyal hordes to prepare for battle. Hordes comply swiftly. The party is now accompanied by a harlot ranger, troll thief, and a strumpet priestess. We're having a hard time inflicting any damage on DMMK. Was shielded by a strong gravitational field. Seems to be absorbing everything you throw at it, including lashes of paint and scalding flames. Straight up summoned the fucking specter. Hordes aren't having much luck either. The field swallows up your arrows as well as an entire summoned Demimond goddess. I don't even know what that means. Monde, meaning world in French, is an orb located near the top of the ground. So, half-world goddess? Weird. The troll thief attempts to steal from the MK. She steals nothing, but loses 117 Spondylix in the process. You examine your scheme of pumpkin, it is looking awfully pungent. This is unsurprising since it's almost February. Oh right, it's January 23rd. Should have taken off your porch months ago. PI's gamut schema is mere moments from expiring. He's not even close to the damn barrel. It's been almost an hour. PI's ventured several feet across the deck. He seems quite pleased with his progress. What song was that? Galaxy Hearts. Scourge Sisters. This one should be good. Even the vulnerable bulb is getting a little impatient. He has half a mind to close back up if something doesn't happen soon. Checks his watch. It's almost 1 a.m. The witching hours nearly expired. Meanwhile, in the speakeasy. Patrons, the speakeasy have put the witching hour to good use. They've imbibed heavily, and any one of these fellas will tell you the whole winding's gone like eggs in coffee. Everyone is in agreement. It's about time to relocate the Hootenanny to the sleazy brothel. The hatless man, the man's a nightcap before they go. He slurs instructions to the barkeep that he'd like whatever is in that bottle over there. Alright, the ink of Squid Pro. Right. The barkeep wonders if the man is sure about that and ventures that perhaps he's had enough tonight. The man assures him of the contrary with a red-faced rebuttal. The hatless man obtains the ink of Squid Pro Quo. Patrons head to brothel. Alright, they're having the fucking fight. Right there. They head for the studio, but the madam does not appear to be around. Perhaps she's... I don't know, I said perhaps. Maybe she's in the dollhouse tending to her ladies? Patrons enter dollhouse. Nothing in here but a huge hole in the floor. There are powerful gravitational forces emanating from the floor, from the hole. And none of these patrons are in any condition to maintain their balance. Well then, now it's just a fucking gaggle of people for no good reason. Gentlemen, aggress the MK. The gentlemen aggress this uncouth ruffian with the sorts of tactics that strike their fancy at the moment, by waging stiff contests through a series of old-timey childhood games. The dapper twain makes a smashing play with his rubber ball, announces the triumph by belling horse before carriage, as is the only proper way. However, before he can scoop the jacks up, he vanishes into the field. The churlish Toff is having a double of a time with the match of stickball. His ball bounces into the field as well, never to be recovered. This is so stupid. The manly highbrow bustles onto the stage with a spirited game of hoop and stick. He was but a lad when he last played. Activity has him feeling youthful and invigorated. Free as a swollen-breasted popinjay. Highbrow level 4 hoop tech DMMK Katamari ball. The highbrow blithely rolls DMMK around Katamari style, gathering lesser debris lying around such as melons, arrows, coins, and bits of eggshell. Katamari. I only played a little bit of that game. The ball soon accumulates. Every character under the dollhouse. No. Excuse me. The highbrow, unsurprisingly, is absorbed by his own ball. DMMK tighten drawstrings. Down. DMMK is livid about the lack of respect he's being shown. Top mob boss just ain't cut out for this sort of treatment, you see. Reduces his volume again, cranks his mass up by a factor of 1 billion. 1/1000. I don't know why he did that. Home report. Professor B oversees the mammoth undertaking of filling the final comb. Vast quantities of pang nectar were generated from the previous attack. The workers scrambled to keep pace. It is the mother of all columns. Professor hopes you know what you are doing. Fair report. Electric current is still taking sweet time. It's barely even begun to make its journey across the universe. And it sure looks like that useless deity over there couldn't give a shit. He needed his fucking job. I can't blame him. Peggle Inspector isn't faring much better with his blasted Frankenstein slowness. Why the fuck doesn't fucking A-Stick just grab the damn zombie and place him near the barrel, honestly? He almost seems as slow as the lousy, stupid speed of light. You put your resolve hat back on, which conveniently is the same hat as your normal hat. This is not a good time for Frankenstein's slowness, you mutter. In fact, you say, gathering an exceptionally hard-boiled demeanor as you poise yourself to deliver a cold-blooded line. There's no time for Frankenstein's slowness, which is a good time for Frankenstein's slowness. That was one of the weaker lines, but sure, if it had voice acting, it would be pretty sick. That works. Pitch the universe 90 degrees counterclockwise, tipping the barrel towards an utterly immobile PI. PI readies himself to catch it. Of course. Well, I mean, it's not like he was going to throw it perfectly. Still need to rotate the universe to let it fall. Rail bounces off PI's head, sailing overboard laterally. PS rights the universe to let it fall beneath the weak spot. PS, turn wheel 180 degrees. Perfect. Perfect. The MK supplies of Spunkmer has been depleted. Well, it's just one more. PS right universe. Ah, fuck. Peggle Inspector's gamut schema has expired along with the ripeness of the schema's pumpkin, which may or may not have ever existed. The MK descend, the game of life. Pyrocumulus. Sick nasty. The force of entry has caused the orbiting mob of characters to disperse throughout the game. The MMK is nowhere to be found. The MMK descends from the heavens, much to the rapture of his zealous acolytes. They herald the messianic arrival of their beloved mob boss, kept his empire well, and he's pleased. Everyone exit life. There isn't much for you to do in this stupid board game, so you all decide to leave. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, everyone hears a lot of commotion outside the door. Everyone decides to go check it out with brazen disregard for Death's polite request to stay put. Death throws down his hat in disappointment. Really must remember to invest in stronger security measures for the afterlife. The fucking oboe. Everyone exit afterlife. It's a fucking reunion over here. The vulnerable is closed. DMK makes his ominous final ass descent. Hatless man drink ink of squid pro quo. Man is delighted that the hootenanny continues into the night with all these new faces on top of this peculiar flat surface, whatever it is. Slayer's drunken tidings of merriment to this effect, marking how he's just so happy to see all these wonderful pee pull. He readies his bottle for a celebratory swig. Give me that. Hysterical dame swats the bottle of ink away from the foolish drunkard. Forget what we actually needed that for. We needed it for something. Thugs, prostrate thyself before Savior. The thugs buckle their knees and cast their unworthy torsos sidewalkward. Whether it is on account of submission or the strong gravitational forces, it's difficult to say. Perhaps in this obscure gravitational-based cult, there's no difference. The MMK tighten drawstrings yet again. Okay, man. Give them a good tug this time, lowering your volume and jacking up your mass to a factor of a million. Roughly the weight of an Earth-sized planet. Of course, black hole, yeah. Dark matter mops the kingpin slipped under his Schwarzschild radius, collapsed to become black hole mobster kingpin. Nothing can escape his gravitational pull, not even light, no matter how slowly and steadily attempts to crawl out of his gravitational well. Well, fuck. Death, greet new visitors. You become so frazzled by people coming and going, you completely forget you have some tea prepared for your new guest. Seems all the imaginary pickle inspectors have finally caught up with each other in the afterlife. Death, beg visitors to stay. Alright, the whale. What song is this? Temporary. Right, Madame Euro is still here for some reason. Totally thought she would have just fucked off and started fighting again. Plead with these fellows to stay put in the afterlife. You're at your wit's end. You will do anything. The gentlemen agree amicably to remain where they are. The gray fellow appears to be way too large and unintelligent to leave anyway. He's looking at the fucking... whale with a strange look. Oh god. No, Madame Euro's fucking flirting with death. Madame, who appears not to have left with the others, gives her assurance as well. She suggests a round of that game you were so fond of, the one with the mammals. She doesn't mind. If you didn't know better, you would swear the madam was beginning to fancy you, become a little uncomfortable. P.S. Get ye ink flask. Completely forgot that they even had inventory. You just completely took away that midway through the story. It still was the fucking candy corn. I forgot. Then what is that? Oh, that's the pie filling and everything else. Just read the dialogue. Sleuth acquires the ink of squid pro quo, puts it safely in his pocket, where any good flask belongs. Items remaining in your inventory are, of course, 4 precious pieces of candy corn, a lot of useless ammunition, and your supplies of elf tears, weasel snot, hog slop, and pie filling. These respectively at 36, 12, 18, and 29 drops precisely. Now all you need is a weapon. He hasn't had a weapon in such a while. Gravitational pull of BHMK is unstoppable. The game of life is being ripped apart. Buildings, trees, ugly dogs, everything sucks into his event horizon. Ah, shit. One last fight. Oh, fucking K. No, he's just full on demon. Of course, now we have fucking 3 health bars. Why not? Fuck this, dude. It's DMK's third and final phase. He's more fearsome than ever, with 3 health meters and a deadly black hole version of his non-imaginary self pulsing on top of his hat. In addition to which, he is completely invulnerable to all physical attacks. There's no weakness to blood increases or emotions. He's only susceptible to the damage caused by righteous fury fires of charisma, but it's doubtful there's any hero in the cosmos bold enough to wield them. Oh, he also regenerates any quantity of damage he suffers instantaneously. Good luck. NB plus HD. Gets sucked into event horizon in more elongated manner. As you approach the event horizon, the strong tidal forces cause your aspect ratios to be stretched out. NB loosens her aspect set to compensate. The closer you get, the more pronounced the gravitational time dilation becomes. To everyone else in the universe, you appear to be slowing down until you seem frozen in time just outside the horizon. But to you, everything in the universe appears to be speeding up. Because this is how the light is going to travel, I think. Just before you cross the horizon, you can't catch a glimpse of every future event in the universe all happening at once. NB, put on sunglasses. What you witness cannot be described by words. A spectacle transcending time and space. If it is true, 1,000 angels dance on the head of a pin, and so it seems all universal events imagined in real play on the polarized lens of a Hollywood B-list celebrity. Fucking Ben Stiller glasses. Cross through the event horizon. What song is this? Gust of Air. DMK, level 99, Coddletech, Thornswoggle. Ah, shit. DMK deploys his black briar of cruelty. Macabre thicket acts as yet another impenetrable defensive barrier, as if he needed one. DMK can also wield the bramble offensively. The frisky creepers get down to business. I think I saw there, and then I mixed the two words. It's the business of not minding their own business and involving themselves in your business. Ah, shit. PS and PI constricted in a prickly sleeper hold. Could this be the end? I suppose if you were to perish, you could always just walk out of death's door again. Oh wait, we're gonna fuck some shit up. Death and Company, level 3 Hippotech, the Hunger. I guess when you're dead, might as well just play some board games. Hippo Inspectors, send the Godhead. Hold on. The 4 PIs are beckoned by the creator. GPI fondly regards his beloved children. GPI has a specific task for the 4 of you. Naturally, you are all eager to do his divine bidding. PIs, temporal, replis, simile, and ad infinitum. Ah, fuck. Each PI divides himself into 2 smaller parts, deploying one to the past and the other to the future. Their parts continue this process ad infinitum. Soon the particles are so small they exist on the atomic scale, and so plentiful they occupy every location in every moment of the universe's history. Up quark, down quark, electron, neutrino. Moron, neutrino, moron. Particles politely play the roles of each elementary particle in the standard model, namely quarks, electrons, and neutrinos. Their forces are propagated by different sorts of lumbering boneheads, including photons and gluons, which lazily shuffle along at the speed of light. Many particle/energy interactions have even created some morons and moron neutrinos. Sadly, the lifespans are rather short, and they undergo the process of moron decay. And goes to electron and Neutrino. Particles spread throughout history to comprise all of the matter in the universe at every moment in time. So it was that GPI created the universe. He credited its creation with fondness and saw that it was good. The title forces a stretched hysterical dame into a string of quarks. Nervous Broad maintains a voluptuous, full-bodied figure, but isn't sure how much more she can loosen her corset. HC plus MB land already. Let me switch back to Pickle Inspector. HC reversed back to her original dimensions. Others land too. Wonder where the heck NB went. Seems you're all standing on her. She tightens her corset. Huh. Okay. Where the fuck are we? Looks like the Monde goddess has been waiting here to greet you, wherever it is here might be. She had on an earlier occasion summoned her army of courtesan angels to help her escape. They naturally proved to be of no use whatsoever. There are an awful lot of them. Thousands to be precise. Each shrunking to a minuscule size. Could be that these are the 1,000 angels which are said to dance in the head of a pin. Or the head of a kingpin. Oh shit. What the fuck are we now? I mean, he is at the center of the black hole. Okay, it's a whole bunch of nothing. Are all A-Sticks dead? I just realized that. Weasel King, Survey Kingdom. And this dude's done like one thing, which is awful, but like, he's played a lot less of a role than I would have imagined. His Royal Excellency makes a regal and slightly disconcerted perusal of thrown through the brass eyepiece of his imperial gazing wand. He's been monitoring developments with the nearby volcano, which until today had been inactive for centuries. Phone was about to die there. Yes, it does seem that Mount St. Lardas is fit to burst. Oh my. Recap part 2. Oh, fuck my life. Seems a bit shorter. This is still ass. Oh man, okay. Let's Get ready to read. Be out of breath. Oh man. It's not that bad. Devil's touching up a few notes on his sulfuric tablature. He documents a tale which was last updated in the tome of Wayfaring Souls by now rather preoccupied Death. When Death had finished his last entry, DMK has just exposed its second phase. Team Sleuth had invoked their gambit schemas. HD and NB had begun wandering through sleazy brothel in the sky, and AD was embarking upon a game of life with Death. It's that game where we pick up again. The match began as a friendly one, but quickly became reduced to a series of boorish tactics by AD, who stole all of Death's money while he was distracted. They pursued each other in their game pieces, but AD struck a defenseless woman who was crossing the street. AD pleaded with Death to spare her life, but Death was nowhere to be seen. Miraculously, the woman survived, and then AD and Wifehurst became married. With Wifehurst, AD sired the adorable Sunhurst. As a family, they enjoyed years of peaceful, prosperous life, as AD built an empire on various illicit, legitimate establishments. This activity caught the prying eye of some thugs, who were none too pleased with AD's muscling in on their boss's racket. One day, while taking a walk, AD's family was gunned down by the thugs. AD auto-parried a bullet to save Sunhurst, but Wifehurst was not so lucky and perished. This prompted the surviving family to seek vengeance as vigilantes. They became Bathurst and Punisher Dick. Unfortunately, the Wheel of Life had different plans for them. Rather than fighting crime, they would be heading west to the open frontier. Tragically, Bathurst drowned while they attempted to ford the river in their wagon. AD was inconsolable with grief and wandered the countryside, heartbroken and alone. Eventually, he found a gun underneath a tree stump and shot himself. With each successive misfortune befalling AD, DMK's emotions level increased, causing him to be susceptible to physical attacks. This allowed PS to inflict major damage through his gambit schema, Candy Corn Vampire, with its heightened attributes such as increased speed, endurance, and vampire fastness. His first move was to invoke combat operandi, Armistice, summoning Death, who was called away from his game of life with AD. Death gave PS his scythe to wield against DMK. PS utilized the scythe in its various forms, culminating with the A-bomb scythe, completely wiping out one of DMK's 2 health meters, as well as permanently destroying the scythe, much to Death's sorrow. Concurrently to this battle, HD and NB were trapped in the brothel, equipped with a couple of special core sets. They were confronted with a very large fan plug, which they needed to find a way to plug in for some reason. This led them on a journey through the brothel, which involved conducting sultry performances in a series of private booths, which involved using items on hand to either remove a small mural from a wall or conceal it with a coat of paint, or generally deface it in a rather seductive fashion. The performances were much to the delight of 3 gentlemen, a mannerly highbrow, a dapper swain, and a churlish toff, who each sat in their respective coin-operated viewing booths. Once the coin-op slots time had expired or became disabled in some way, the window no longer served to display the other side of the booth. Instead, the windows served as portals to various trucks, including a bread truck, a cheese truck, and a ham truck, and allowed someone to either exit the rear of the truck or enter the cabin of the truck, depending on which side the booth one enters from. The rear exit / cabin entrance polarity was controlled by a series of switches with a ceiling just outside the booths, accessible only to one with a significant height attribute. NB used these portals to thread the fan plug through them and out the backs of their corresponding trucks. Stepping through the differently shaped portals, as well as making adjustments to her aspect core set, served to modify her proportions, as well as also a rim attribute, which was at times useful for carrying the plug. She also helped the highbrow to drive the bread truck, while HD also drove the cheese truck with the swain to various destinations to facilitate the threading process, at one point threading the cord to the eye of the ham needle. Finally, they used a ham truck to deliver the fan plug to the gutter pipe projects and fed it through the pipe and out the lens of the motion picture projector, which projected the plug at a normal scale, which could fit into an outlet, and projected HD and NB at a diminutive scale. HD used her scale bodice to bring her scale back to normal and entered through the door of MM Studio. NB remained small and simply walked through the mouse hole with the plug. In the studio, NB used her corset to become very tall to plug in the fan. The outlet, however, supplied no power since it was controlled by a switch in the dollhouse attic. HD encountered an enraged MM. NB then entered the foyer of the dollhouse and then entered the studio from the other side. The dimensions restored to normal. HD and NB clashed with MM using their weapons, burlesque seduction on the madam. Oh, this is so long. What song is this? Frostbite. Meanwhile, FAD had grown tired of the struggle with DMK, decided to go mess up MK's fort directly. He rode it like a mechanical bull and promptly crushed it with his impressive weight attribute. This sparked a wild chase through the greater facility, sending them down the dumbwaiter shaft, into the speakeasy, crashing through the speakeasy floor, into the speakeasy again while shattering an elbow, and out the exit, and into MK's legitimate establishment. They exited this establishment to find themselves on Horror Island, the view of the clock tower of Cartesian alignment, whose hands crept toward the strike of the witching hour. Speakeasy patrons loitered in a crowd while DMK tried to blend in by swapping hats with a nearby gentleman. Thad eventually discovered him, in the process duffing a top hat from a man, leaving him hatless. The two entered the sleazy brothel through the theater and fought their way through MM Studio, where HD, NB, and MM were just about to clash. They fought their way through the dollhouse foyer and then into the pantry, where they continued the struggle by the lazy Susan of endowment. Meanwhile, the following more tangential events transpired. On the deck of the Chicago Overcoat, PI inched toward a large anchor hampered by his Frankenstein slowness. At the behest of PS earlier, 4 heroes from the kingdoms climbed the 66,666 levels in the Cathedral of Synthetic Ascension, besting foes along the way. The dapper Swain found his way through the projector, was crushed by MK's careless foot. He recovered, though, to give a valiant peeping effort through his personal gawkular lens. Eventually, all 3 gentlemen end up in MM Studio in a diminutive state. After suffering a series of attacks, MM retreated into the dollhouse foyer to equip her corset. She discovered it had been stolen, though. Her silence pursued her. She fought back using her skeleton brush and palette. On the ship, an impetus comb was completed just as PI reached the anchor. He was about to use a pretty lame comb ray that possibly involved an anchor when MK swapped circle receptacles in the pantry to steal the ray for DMK. DMK then used his ridiculously powerful attack, filling with daylight. PI dropped the anchor overboard, hooked it onto the cathedral, causing the ship to swing around out of range of the attack just in time. DMK's attack ripped the universe in half, exposing the extra-dimensional cosmic superstrength strata. Meanwhile, the 4 heroes reached the top of the cathedral, which had also split in half, and they remained suspended in the middle. GPI, seeing his creation in peril, was spurred to rare action to repair the damage. He invoked Deus Ex Machina, picked up the ham needle with the fan cord threaded through it, and affixed it to his sewing machina. He sewed his creation back together, stretching the cord across the entire length of the universe and depositing the ham needle back where it was. The 4 heroes, having floated to the other side of the cathedral, together turned a crank, which caused the cathedral's eye to zoom into the face of the clock tower, which was at the strike of midnight, locally known as the witching hour. This revealed the very large chronoscope of axial conjugation extended from the eye, pointing at the distant clock. The strike of the witching hour, PS, who was manning the ship's wheel, noticed that the wheel in fact served as a viewport of the clock's vantage. He simply reached into the wheel, reached across the great void of space, and plucked the chronoscope from the cathedral and pulled it out of the wheel as a normal-sized telescope, deactivating the wheel in the process. Through the chronoscope to the highly immobile PI, who then affixed the scope to his sniper rifle, which caused the clock tower to transform to the clock tower sniper cannon, a weapon operated from afar by the sniper rifle itself. He used the cannon to deal a great deal of damage to DMK, all of which was rapidly regenerated. But the salvo over time released enough pang nectar to produce 3 very large impetus combs. The 3 biggest ones, dwarfed only by the 8th and final comb, yet to be prepared. 3 combs were applied to the following characters and their corresponding comb raves: HD comb rave Rolling Thunder, NB comb rave Highly Flammable Case of the Vapors, PFPI plus FFPI comb rave Temporal Replica Collision. First 2 were used in tandem in the final stand versus MM. Completed defeating her. She wound up in the afterlife where she and others would be controlled by death to play a variety of games. Other characters would arrive in the afterlife in this manner over the greater course of events, including Lifehurst and Bathurst, who died in the game of life as previously described. Also winding up in the afterlife would be Fad, when during his scuffle in the pantry, MK swallowed him whole by reversing his belly of the whale attack on him through the method of extortion. This caused MK to absorb Fad's essence and become FMK, a much larger, heavier version of himself. It had also become apparent that MK was the one who stole MM's corset, Gravity Burst ear, as he was wearing it at the time of this incident. To restore his former size, he simply pulled on the volume drawstrings to decrease his volume. This concentrated his weight to a smaller patch of the floor, which he caused to collapse and fall through. He landed underneath the dollhouse table, beneath which the 3 diminutively sized gentlemen had gathered. The 4 heels would eventually gather as well, as they had since ascended/descended the other side of the cathedral to the city streets and jumped through the projector. This group eventually included all of the speakeasy patrons after the witching hour expired, including a hatless man who managed to obtain the Inca Squid Pro Quo for later ill-advised consumption. Holy shit. After slaying MM, HD and MB acquired the skeleton key to unlock the door to the upper floors. They ascended, freeing several whores and recovering Benstetter's sunglasses. They reached the attic and flipped the switch, supplying power to the outlet. The fan, however, did not receive power right away, since the electric current now needed to travel the entire length of the universe, a journey which would take light approximately 32 billion years round trip, would take current through a copper wire even longer. Man. What song is this? Question's Lament. Alright, 48:72. Below the dollhouse table, the gentleman aggressed FMK foppishly, which caused him to tighten his gravity breast here, to increase his mass while decreasing his volume, augmenting his gravitational pull overall. This pull caused HD, NB, and the liberated hordes to fall through the floors under the table, where they, the gentleman, and the 4 heroes would battle what had become DMMK. They fought DMMK to no avail, as his gravitational field absorbed each attack. The highbrow playfully used the small kingpin with his level 4 hoop tech DMMK Katamari ball. Began rolling up everyone in the room into a ball, stuck together by his gravitational field. Anger, DMMK pulled his drawstrings even further, increasing his mass and falling through the bottom of Whore Island altogether. The jumble of characters fell through the sky for some time, while below the others dueled with DMK. Zad used his combat operandi, check yourself, Jonah, to summon a whale, which he commanded as a mount. It was quickly shot by a sniper cannon. Zad and the whale fell into the prison building below, where the whale died on the roof, while Zad crashed through numerous floors, came trapped in a cell with a prisoner. Eventually, Zad, the whale, and the prisoner wound up in the afterlife too. PFBI used the penultimate comb rave temporal replica collision in conjunction with its future self, FFPI. Finally appeared from FPI's previous use of temporal Replo Simile. The two accelerated through the traffic light portals, collided together, intersecting with DMK. This attack depleted the remainder of DMK's health, causing him to descend. It also killed PFPI and FFPI. In the process, the particle collision created the short-lived Higgs bonehead in the process. Meanwhile, everyone in the afterlife was developing the habit of coming and going through death's door at will, much to the dismay of death. It was at this point when 80 shot himself in the game of life, emerged from the game unharmed, and reunited with his family. Set DMK's emotions to be maxed out, in time to be dealt massive damage with the replica collision. A cluster of people falling with DMMK eventually landed in the game of life on DMK's hat. All the characters except for DMMK exited life's door, opposite death's door, for a large reunion, with the deceased characters on top of the hat. Finally at the end. Man. Pretty close to the end of the actual comic itself. That took so long. PS turned the ship's wheel, causing the large bear to fall and bounce off PI's head, down to the vulnerable bulb below. It struck the bulb, bleeding DMK's spunk burner. The bulb closed, DMK ascended, and soon revealed his third and final phase. PI's gamut schema finally wore off when the ripeness attribute was finally depleted, bleeding, rotting the schema pumpkin, which may have never existed in the first place anyway. DMMK in the game of life pulled his drawstrings hard enough to collapse to a black hole, becoming BHMK. BHMK sucked in his two groveling thugs, the entire game of life, all the characters on the hat, Sans Death, MM, the Whale, the Bonehead, all the imaginary PIs, who obediently remained in the afterlife. Life's door and death's door were sucked into. The fucking recaps are so long, but especially in Homestuck, they help a lot. Because there's plenty of stuff that just, even someone as observant as me, just doesn't fully grasp the first time or can't really fully explain. It's just better to have that, to have the actual author explain exactly what happened. But it is a fucking long ass. I think there's like 4 or 5 recaps in all of Homestuck, and every single one of them is really, really long. And this has only been 2 recaps. My first recap was 1,000 pages in, so it's a whole bunch of stuff. They all ended it on top of BHMK's hat, inside the black hole, greeted by the Demi-Monde goddess, and 1,000 courtesan angels with apparently no means of escape. With no apparent means of escape. DMK's new form quickly ensnared PS and PI in his briar of cruelty. PS had recently obtained the ink of Squid Pro Quo dropped by the hatless man, but has yet to discover a weapon to wield against the DMK. In space looms the biggest comb of all, nearing completion. Orbiting it is a moon, about which itself orbits the candy mecha legs, which support the precious captain's jute bust. Also on GPI's instruction, PPI, FPI, PFPI, and FFPI just became all the subatomic particles that ever existed in the universe, and always comprised every character and every physical occasion all along. The devil wonders why he's even bothering with this useless exercise in the self-evident. For John. Show map of all locations seen by the player so far. So the 3 offices, which are we got PS's hideout, the wall, 80s hideout, with the still room, jazz room, the elf room, up to the speakeasy. So this is above this. Oh no, I'm talking like you could see the fucking cursor or anything. Kingpin Tower, lobby, legitimate establishment.
You know what, Wolf? You should always insta-lock Spider-Man. Insta-locking Spider-Man in comp is so good. You should keep doing that. Again!
Alright. Well, I'll just save that. And go about my day. What song is this? Havoc. Gravitational pull of BHMK is slowly drawing every heavily embodied closer together. Levels of the Cathedral of Synthetic Ascension are telescoping under the forces of compression. Briar of Cruelty is choking the life out of you and your ally. Better think of something fast. Your lives depend on it. Indeed, the entire universe depends on it. P.I. Tickle Briar of Cruelty. Right, he has the tech tricks of the Arbiter. Completely forgot about that. Retrieve the tech tricks. The Arbiter you were granted as a boon from the Weasel King a while ago to deal with death. You had since stowed it in your hat for safekeeping. That bit of cunning foresight was certainly a feather in your cap, figuratively speaking, of course. P.I. Tickle Tech Level 1 Feather Metal. Auto Fumble. Your foolish Butterfingers mishandled the feather. Probably should have spent more time leveling up your Tickle Tech first. It's like such a long, such an extensive freaking set of rules and like things to level up in this game would just be so fucking, it'd be insanely annoying. P.S. Catch it! You obtain the legendary Techtrix Caliber. Of course, P.S. has to be the one to save the day because he's the fucking hero. And he's the only one actually able to do anything. I mean, the other ones have done their fair share, but like, he's the main character. P.I. lands at the ship's helm, ready to put the wealth of nautical experience from his skippering days to use. Skippering hours, you should say. He was a skipper for like an hour and a half. Final comb status. 8th comb is complete. P.S. Fill Suckle Receptacle. Suckle Porringer. Comb Rave. Final Rave. It still kind of hurts my eyes. P.S. Sepulchritude. It's finally time. Oh shit, I just saw the wings. The righteous fires of charisma wipe out the briar. Splendid light of the divine pulchritude consumes your spirit. Oh shit. How does this go from stupid shenanigans to actually being sick as fuck? It's like, this is absolutely insane. Man. P.S. Righteous aggression. Dude, like, I don't even want a Homestuck anime. I just want fight sequences. It's literally all I want. Like, the fucking animated sequences are so fucking sick. I just want Huzzy to make just like a bunch of fucking full-length episodes of just fight sequences. So I feel like that would just be so fucking, so sick. Not even necessarily the length of Cascade or Collide, which are like, you know, long as fuck flashes, but just like 5 to 10 minutes. Infinity Mechanism. It's pretty sick. On the last third of the album. ZMK's third health meter has been eliminated. Death. Secure doors. Everyone distracted by the spectacle overhead, think now would be a good time to launch a contrabass, clarinet, tune the doors of life and death. Tired of letting so many wayfaring souls slip through your bony fingers. Well then. Too late for that. When you open the door, a massive difference of gravitational potential sucks you and everything in the afterlife through it. Sort of like a short circuit of gravity. Whoops. Well, cat's out the bag. Well, that's not really how you use that saying. But it's fucking problem Sleuth, so it's actually pretty appropriate. The cat in this case being all the fucking people. And there's the angels. Flowers and angels and honeybees are everywhere. What a mess. Got to get that door closed. Won't be easy though. It's likely only the strongest man on earth can close it. AD level 99 Belly of the Whale. Blowhole swan song. Is fucking Belly of the Whale finally gonna come in clutch for once? No stranger to massive suction forces, you open that awesome aquatic pie trap of yours and deal your most advanced stomach tech of all. Well above sheds a tear of salty liquid admiration. Okay, a bit too. Well, those two were kind of useless, anyways. Maybe their combined efforts can finally make AD an actual useful character for once. I think I'm shitting on him too much, but like, seriously, man. Assume your counterparts, Zad and Fad, finally united as one mean, strapping dick of unprecedented vim. Phenomenal transformation takes place. You become, my god, you become a stick. I fucking knew it. Knowing this piece of shit, man, Andrew Hussey was gonna be some anticlimactic bullshit. Really, you're just utterly astounded by how shitty your imagination is. If your imagination was a face, you would punch it in the face. Yeah. Like, the second he started hyping up, I was just like, this is gonna be nothing, isn't it? And it's Ace Dick, so he's a useless lump. Of course it's gonna. Wait, does Death not realize that he just trapped himself outside of his own realm? Like, you can't come back anymore, right? AD closed door. Close the door with little effort. Death lodges it shut with the sturdy instrument. The entire flower was sucked through the door, inside out. In closing the door, the gravitational forces have been stuffed out, leaving an empty stem what the afterlife once was. GPI regards it fondly, albeit in a slightly disconcerted manner. Angels escape via Hawking radiation. The angels flock near the horizon as far as they can make it against the pull of the gravitational field. Only 100 more pages. Due to the principles of uncertainty regarding the existence of angels in a vacuum, he splits into angel/anti-angel pairs. Why can't they just say devils? I mean, they should have said Demon King, Demon Monster, Kingpin. It's kind of strange. It's suppose it's probably playing into the science part. Probably something / anti-something. Because if not, it just doesn't make sense that he's saying anti-angels instead of demons or devils. For each pair, one of the two escapes, while the other falls into the black hole. The Demimon goddess also splits, creating a pair of Demimon semi-goddesses. One escapes, the other stays. The black hole emits Satangelic, Hawking radiation, and shrinks due to loss of mass / energy. DS, Seraphimic, Dynamace, Cherubim's Rush. The fucking attack names are always sick as fuck as well. The Demimon semi-goddess commands her army to throw everything it's got at the unholy demon head. The angels and anti-angels are remained, Black hole settled back down on the hat. Hatless man retrieve hat. Ornery drunkard snatches well-traveled headwear from death. He has a bone to pick with him, and he's going to let the bony fellow hear it. Well, let's hear it, I guess. Of course. Man vomits into his hat. DS grant PS a boon. Ah, shit. What is this? The semi-goddess bestows you with the most powerful set of keys in the universe. The Smith Corona Blot Spitter. Dispatcher of the despotic. Convincer of the uncompelled. It's one of several fabled holy weapons reserved for the chosen arbiter. Sealed and protected by the realm's hollowed figures nobility. Yo, Slardy. Appreciate the raid, man.
Oh no. On, get up. What the fuck is that? Get in the frickin' truck, dude. Bruh.
Appreciate you for coming in.
Bruh.
Welcome on into a ridiculous ride that
Come on. Blow up.
I cannot describe with words. I was streaming, man. I didn't even know you were streaming. I hadn't even checked. But I appreciate you coming in. Hope stream was good. Just at the end of this comic, actually. But we had a pretty epic part. I should probably change back to Problem Sleuth, actually. It's going great, man. I mean, as you can hear, I'm kind of sick, but feeling a lot better. And I started reading this webcomic yesterday. But yeah, it's been pretty fun. Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's pretty late here. I'm almost done with this. But appreciate the raid. Hope you're doing well. You know, have fun with whatever it is you gotta do. You probably gotta head to bed soon. But either way, appreciate it. Appreciate that, man. Always appreciate the support. Yeah, let's finish this up. She plucks a ribbon from her hair and supplies you with ammunition. Acquire 1 ink ribbon cartridge. P.S. Load weapon. No, I don't know why it suddenly just got super fucking epic at the end here. The last like 500 pages has been pretty sick. You load the cartridge into the blot spitter, pull back on the bolt handle, lock and load with a ding. P.S. level 98, Sleuth diplomacy, poison pen letter. You hammer out the keys of the Smith Corona. Machine gun fire of your typing roars throughout the heavens. You pen a strongly worded, rather unpleasant note to DMK. With a flourish, you notarize the memorandum with some official marks and present it to DMK for his judicious consideration. DMK is so stupid. Let me read out this entire thing. DMK, you smell bad and you suck. God, do you even know how lame you are? Damn. What is with all these heads, and where do you get off being so impossible anyway? He really loves doing his fucking rants. You spend more than half the game fighting you ugly retards with turrets. Oh, fuck. You would be the one that smells the worst. Problem Sleuth. Jackass. Ugly. Moron. Oh, man. Sick burn. DMK sick burn meters suffers a critical spike. Fuck, this is so stupid. You load the scathing doctrine into the weapon's carriage. P.S. Level 99 Sleuth diplomacy. Pax Probliscum. Probliscum? Man, why did I have to make this shit so fucking sick? In the last ditch effort to salvage diplomatic proceedings, you invoke the ultimate resolution in your formal attaché of plenipotentiary clauses motioning for bilateral demilitarization and cessation of hostilities for the mutual advancement and prolonged commitment to the furtherance of harmonious relations among sovereign parties. Basically, we're vying for peace. Peace be with you. This is pretty sick. Pax. Right, Pax is Latin for peace. Second. Health bar is down. DMK's second health meter has been eliminated. Dude, fucking PS has been doing all the work himself. Like, none of the other ones have done a single bit of damage to DMK. BHMK tighten drawstrings. Man, this dude is just not content with being a fucking black hole. Seeing your precious black hole dwindling, you give your brass heroes drawstrings another stiff tug. Your mass now stands multiplied by a factor of whopping Google. Your mass exceeds that of the entire universe. It's just... pretty sure Google's like 10 billion zeros or something like that. Let me actually search it up. I remember learning about that. It's like one of the biggest numbers in the entire universe or something. Okay, not a billion. Digit 1 followed by 100 zeros. Oh shit. Cascade. This is fitting actually. It's gonna be 13 minutes of song. I'm gonna fucking savor this. Oh my god, this is like one of my favorite songs in this entire... not even in this entire album, in like the entire discography of Homestuck itself. BHMK now occupies the center of a supermassive black hole. DMK, ladder to hell. Oh fuck you, man. I already knew he was a cheating piece of shit, but I didn't know he was that much of a fucking hacker. Nah, this is bullshit. Sensing his impending demise, DMK grows a few extra health meters. MSPA readers react to update. Oh, sweet, new page. Yeah, no. This is my fucking reaction. Taking 1,000 fucking pages just to kill him twice. And now he's got like 20 fucking new health bars. Such bullshit. MSPA readers, never mind. Continue. Fuck you. Devil, prod damned with the fork. Oh man. You give the morons a lively poke with your gay pornography. The morons shed tears, either of torment or of gratitude. We'll assume it is the latter. Oh man. The universe is becoming a rather crowded place. And I can see how much of this went into Homestuck. The Chicago overcoat is headed straight for an encroaching sun. If not for your wealth of nautical seasoning, you would find this development rather disconcerting. PI, navigate with sextant. Take the chronoscope from the wheel again and attach it to your trusty sextant. Alright. The clock tower sextant is activated. Its great index arm pendulum swings to and fro, simultaneously plotting the ticks of time and the altitude of heavenly bodies. PI, plot new course. Involve the constellations and shit. Through careful adjustment of the instruments, various mirrors and dials, you rotate the entire universe about the ship's vertical axis. Ship casts off from DMK, once no part of that blazing sun. You're free to navigate the stars for however long they might last. How many pages exactly are we looking at? Well, I mean, the last chapter is 1490. So already there. But the end, 1674. It's not actually bad. The 140 pages exactly right now. Should be at least like 30 minutes. Should be able to finish before 12. Pop the scope back in place to activate the wheel. Although I may have been somewhat premature. You're now headed directly for the clock tower. Weasel King riding Mount Lardass like a mechanical bull. Oh man, this fucking track. This music track is too good. I can't say it enough. You already did that a while ago, and it was a lot of fun. But the time for such games has passed. Mount St. Lardass is in a critical state of instability. Kingdom is in jeopardy. The entire fucking universe is in jeopardy, dude. Get your priorities straight. This fucking dude has done nothing this entire time. You direct your Imperial gazing wand just above. What you spy through the eye peep troubles you deeply. It's not just your kingdom, but the whole universe which is in peril. Well, you actually figured it out. You regally ponder the fuck out over it. You regally ponder the fuck out over the dilemma. You know the answer lies within the depths of your bottomless kingly wisdom. There's only one hope. There's only one chosen arbiter. Weasel King commune with arbiter. Souls of the arbiter and the king merge as one. The prophecy was true. Destiny flips the fuck out. P.S. Final flip out. Fuck yes. Man, this is just... Oh, this is so cool. The rest of your ink is drained, fueling a final conflagration of all consuming holy charisma. The final sepulchitude. It's coming soon. Here comes the Felts part. We're not even halfway through the song. Oh, I love this. Dude, each part of the music is kind of actually coinciding with what's happening in the webcomic, which is actually pretty cool. Oh man. Majesty, your personal charm spreads throughout the cosmos. Legend will speak of a great champion of pulchritude. Scribes will scroll his praises. Bards will wail his glories. Poets will bleed their inkwells dry and weep them full again. Men of character will breathe this story their passion. As warrior blows white conch on jagged rock, his paramour puts flesh lip to lover's mouth. Men of spirit aflame, open of shirt and snug of pantaloon. Rose-breasted men with swiveling hips, nimble legs, and restless hearts. Men whose vehemence of temperament fills their throats with melody, their footwork with rhythm. The fiery clock of learned, genteel men, as these will pique the ear with tales of this champion who had metal of his glowing personal charm alone saved the universe. Oh man, he really loves his damn rants. Yeah, DMK is wasted. Good fucking riddance. Right, one last time. The vulnerable blooms, exposing DMK's fetal seed pod. If it is allowed to detach, it will mature into a new and revitalized DMK. You should probably not let this happen. Yeah, we're not trying to do this all over again. Fortunately, sepulchritude has sapped your last ounce of vim. There isn't even a large object around to throw at it anyway. Meanwhile, that useless skipper of yours is off gallivanting somewhere. Seriously. The useless skipper makes note of the development with his keen ogle. No time to correct the ship's course. We'll have to refit sniper rifle with the scope for a final kill shot. Hurry, you fool. This is incredibly urgent. Stop being such a dumbass and do your damn job. Fucking yikes, man. VMHK, tighten drawstrings to limit. Okay. This fucking asshole. Enraged by the downfall of your demon head, you give that corset one last tug. Your mass soars to an insane multiple of one googolplex. Through the inscrutable extraspatial crannies and fissures within the singularity, you undergo another bizarre transmogrification. Let me actually search what Googleplex is. That's even a specific hmm. The one followed by Google of zeros. Interesting. BHMK retrieved arms from crannies and fissures. You already got about 1,000 times. You already got about 1,000 of them, lard ass. Still pulling that fucking gag. Fucking 1,000 pages in. BHMK swells to a monstrous, ultra-massive black hole. The fucking universe can't take this much. The sun is absorbed by the black hole, filling it with daylight. Okay. And he's not even a physical entity anymore. This stellar body heats up that ludicrous battleship you call an ass. Elsewhere, molten rock churns. Oh man, I love this part of the song. PI fully puts the sniper rifle together. He takes aim at the seed pod. I don't know why I said speed. I think I mixed up the words in my letters in my head. The MK is too weak to resist the pull of the black hole anymore. PI misses shot opportunity. Unless, and maybe one last hope. PI fire at moon. Well done. Fucking, I don't know what I was gonna say. Assassination Classroom. I mean, that's an anime where the moon gets destroyed, but it's the only thing I can think of. Blast a chunk out of the moon. Captain Snoop and his mecha legs are jettisoned from the satellite. There goes the moon. Oh, I love this so much. We're gonna make the moon fall and then eventually hit the. Is that what we're doing? I'm not really sure, actually. All right. Hero sacrifice. As the black hole expands, PS is both closer to its event horizon. Watch universal events around you accelerate as it approaches. The fan still hasn't been fucking turned on. It's been like 200 pages at this point. Is it ever even gonna happen? Literally got 100 pages left. I mean, it could probably happen in 100 pages, but I just don't trust this fucking narrative to actually pull through with its promises. The Chicago Overcoat approaches the clock. Just before the ship collides, the universe flips around sporadically for reasons you can't explain. Time zooms off to infinity. Oh, finally, man. The electric current travels through the fan cord, so it just needed the black hole to be large enough to facilitate time throughout the entire universe. Across the relativistically shortened span of the universe in the blink of a relativistically accelerated eye. Hold on. Reaches the ham needle, loops through it, and doubles back across the universe, lickety split. Finally, it reaches the square shoulder tolls, through the bread truck, out the private booth, and through the ceiling of the brothel. Captain Snoop's noble mount comes to a rest at the foot of Whore Island. The end of his long journey coincides with that of the electric current. Well then. Okay. This is a long, convoluted bullshit mess. See what this ends up doing. Bus falls through the labyrinthine pseudo-cube comprehensile's unfathomable catacombs. Resolute.
I hate a moral coward who lacks a manly spark. I just detest a man
This is a pretty good song.
home in the dark.
Egad. Once again, no time to correct the ship's course. Gotta save that bust. Only you can do it. You know that cube inside and out. Literally.
I'm a member of the midnight crew.
Let me let this play.
I'm a night owl and a wise bird too.
I love this song.
Home with the milk in the morning, singing the same old song. Rise with the moon, go to bed with the sun. Early to bed and you'll miss all the fun. Bring your wife in trouble, it will never trouble you. Make her a member of the midnight crew. The fun doesn't stop till 12 on happy old Broadway. So what's the use of going home until the break of day?
I love this song.
Confidential whisper not above
The
I once went home
like
at 2
the
a.m. and scared my wife
variety
to
in the
death.
music genres are so
I'm a member of the midnight.
really crazy, honestly.
I'm a night owl and a wise bird too. Home with the milk in the morning, singing the same old song. Rise with
PI Steer Universe.
go to bed with the sun.
Pop the scope back in the wheel, steer like a man possessed.
You'll miss all the fun.
You mature the ultimate steer tech. For sure. For chauffeurs, reckoning, a man, a wheel, a dream. The universe flips around sporadically for reasons which are now plainly evident.
I proved myself a hero of a very high degree. I ran for home and 6 of them were running after me.
PS is pulled into the event horizon.
I'm a member of the midnight crew. I'm a night owl and a wise bird too. Home with the milk in the morning, singing the same
It just makes me want to sing,
old song.
even though I can't sing. But
The moon, go to bed with the sun. Early to bed.
I'm talking about all the music genres actually make sense for
Bring your wife in trouble, it will never trouble you.
their place in the comic.
Make her a member of the midnight.
Snoop emerges unscratched.
Make her a member of the midnight crew.
Cube has invested once for all. It vanishes. What's the next one? Another song. Well, then that made him very happy. Maybe a winner for now, but your triumph looks to be short-lived. I love this song as well, man. Arms need you to hold. Oh man. You order armor of angels / anti-angels to finish off the foul demon head. I sworn for your command. Man, what I would do, I'd be lost if I lost you. Man, this song is just too good. DMK, defensive glower. Defend the seat pot at all costs. Back you wenches. I live without you. I want to know. What? How is she fucking dead? Okay. The semi-goddess has been slain. PI flip wheel one last time. Turn the universe, redirecting the bus toward underside of the black hole. Captain Snoop is pulled in. The angelic army has all been exterminated, preoccupied. DMK does not notice the Trojan bus advancing. The bus explodes on impact. Candy inside rains sugary death on the fetal seed pod. Oh, come fucking on. That's such bullshit. Every other attack has completely drained the resource. DMK supply, Pep Gold, is almost completely wiped out. But alas, there's just a little bit left. How do I breathe without you? You went forgot. How do I? Oh damn, that was it. What's the next one? Oh, beta version of Cascade. Just 4 minutes. It's time to make the ultimate sacrifice. Finally part with the precious cargo. Get the fuck out of here. Finally, get out of my life. We still have the black hole. DMK has been slain. Fucking finally. Here comes that moon. Everyone, brace for impact. I mean, you guys are kind of dead. I mean, what did I say? Duke. Well, BHMK's pulled through his core set. Mount St. Lardas erupts. Black hole explodes. Oh man, this is the best part of Cascade. Oh, one of the best parts, I should say. Universe reverts to its prior dimensions. Everyone and everything trapped in the black hole is ejected in random directions throughout the universe. Well done. DMK's hat falls to the sky. You breathe a sigh of relief. Can't imagine what you could possibly be forgetting to do. The heck is that giant ticking sound? Alright, what is gonna happen? Oh, right, it's gonna crash. What is this? What is the meaning of this large busty fish woman in your wheel's viewport? Oh dear. Well, we're screwed. Well, I should say he's screwed. Okay. The bust of the face sends you reeling. Hold on. Dude, fucking Problem Schools was the only one who actually faced DMK. Like, none of them helped at all. No, this is definitely new. So not in the official version. Well, the end of it. DMK's hat is skewered by the ham needle. PS plus AD plus PI. Landed in a hard-boiled manner. He fucking saved the universe. He deserves to have one moment. Poses his team because shit just got real. Oh fuck. Well, definitely didn't survive that. MK rides the needle like a giant deadly needle. Mobster Kingpin has been slain. Drop the Megaton key. AD get Megaton key. Well, he's the strongest man in the world now because MK is dead. Just by default. Picking up the ludicrously heavy key is no sweat for the strongest man in the world. Stash it in your inventory. What? Hysterical dame and nervous bride ride in an automobile which some grateful whores were kind enough to supply. PS plus AD plus PI victory dance. Dude, can we get some medical attention for the hero? Like the one who actually saved the universe? And did some epic fucking moves while the others set their feet aflutter with riotous mirth. Our hero is in no condition for merriment. You are one of the top problem sleuths in the Cligonous void. Sleuth stationary services are separated by eons of white noise in the stew of primordial consciousness. Compensation abstract. It is a dewy whirl in fibrous skein of now. You are feeling particularly existential tonight. What will you do? Assuming skein means something akin to pain or a length of thread or yarn loosely coiled and knotted. Interesting. Quickly retrieve arms from approaching light. What approaching? Oh, that one. The dancer spins to a haunting melody. Light is so bright. Wonder what tantalizes you on the other side. If only you could. Wait, don't go. You breathe a deep sigh. Resigned to the dark veil settling over your reality. Existing was fun while it lasted. Smack. What is the meaning of this moist feeling on your cheek? What mad torment do the gods have in store for you next? Huh. He woke up and go from black hole green sun to carefree action. Your eyes deceiving you? Is she slipping away? Was it all a dream? Probably. Or not. No, it wasn't a dream. Crib bumping gums, you noodle nose loon. I'll prop your lazy bones on those getaway sticks. Shake a leg, mister. Everyone getting the flavor with his trips for biscuits. See? Oh man. Wake your ass up, we got shit to do. Dude, the female versions of, well, except for AD, his female version, they didn't even exist. Female version of fucking Pickle Inspector was way more badass than he was. Everyone getting flavor. We're finally exiting this damn... Because everything that just happened was in literally the imaginary world. Wasn't real. I haven't even gone out into the real world. You're a winner. Thanks for playing. Problem Sleuth end credits. Animation, level design, character design, 3D rendering, production manager, art direction, finance consultant, audio designer, Andrew. Story, you. Right, since it was all done by the audience, which is why it was all a bunch of bullshit. Epilogue. Those guys are dead as fuck. Is that the devil? That's the pumpkin. Freaking pieces of candy corn. Oh no. So then who is that? Might just be a low level demon actually. Is this the hatless guy or? Yeah, it's the hatless guy. Huh. Strange. No ring. Wait, wife first left AD? That's fucked. That's actually fucked. Okay, the mech is fucking shit up for the rest of the goons. Rest of... Bathurst is fucking shit up. Destroying the Empire. That's right, there's... MK might be dead, but the rest of his empire is still very much alive. Old-time guild of distinguished gentlemen. These guys actually survived the entire story, which is insane to me. Egress, mustache wax. Good old showdown. Huh. Fuck. Oh, mechanical pull in the corner there. Actual one. Fuck is going on here? Having a nice sporting contest. Oh, those are the 4 heroes, actually. They get out. The fuck is this? Pie. Snout. Friendship. Okay. That was apparently a beautiful ceremony. I don't know what that was about, but somehow that was weirder than any of the shit that just happened. Okay. This is turn of events I did not see coming. Right, because she didn't actually... Well, she died, but then she came back. Well, she stopped looking at death and went for the fucking Weasel King. Guess makes sense. The moon is still destroyed. Core Island is still very much intact. Guess that makes sense. Didn't really get destroyed or anything. Huh. Dapper young captain sets foot upon his aero trolley's person carriage. Okay, man. Well, was it Soul Plane or the movie they were talking about that he was on? He was in... I actually don't really know many movies that Snoop Dogg is in, actually. Song is this? Power Fantasy. Ooh, good one's coming up really soon. It's time to bust this coney, y'all. In a hot second, I'll be hitting them switches and getting this bitch jumping and pumping. Screw your shit on tight and enjoy the flight. This fucking dude with his damn references. One on the right doesn't seem very pleased. Everyone else seems to be enjoying the show. This is like fucking Valhalla or something. Okay, she had a baby with something. I don't know what. Huh. Okay. Fad is chilling here for some reason. When did he even become Fad again? Didn't he go to normal? They all like fuse together. You fucking make the level 5 alarm hot sauce again? Strange. Ha. Fucking Zad is there. Problem Sleuth has a nice statue made in his honor. Bust. MK exit afterlife. Death and Ocean to be seen. You take the opportunity once again to sneak out of death's door. No siree, that's not happening. You are stuck here. You're a loser. GPI finally regard creation. We finally got it right this time. Now where is this? Off the coast of somewhere. Strange. Another balmy summer evening. City rolls these nights like loaded dice. It's tough for a flatfoot to make it in a town like this. Some towns are built loose and a stiff breeze of upset blows through. These bricks are tight knit, built like a damn Chippewa birch bark canoe. Not much daylight seeps through. See, Gumshoe asks questions, and questions upset. It's like some shawless dame, frostbite in winter, too proud to take your coat for some damn reason. You know how dames are. The city turns her cold shoulder to a fella, and that's all there is to it. But a steak dinner don't pay for itself if you catch my drift. The streets won't bang on your office glass and ask for placation. The streets ease themselves. But a type of fella knows better than to just step aside. A man finds space between the city's grease wheels of upkeep and when the time spins along it sees. Yeah, it sees there were feet filling shoes on just that slab of rock. A man waits and listens. Every place a placation. The alleyway spike of bottle breaking, some tipsy beggar ties to gravity. Razor jewels shimmering on oil-slick asphalt. The wail of a baby 3 floors up. Ink is blotted before a pact of appeasement sealed. Hot formula dabbed on mother's wrist. And the shrill complaint of a phone. Ain't no one could say a man wasn't filling shoes here. Answer phone. Pick up the phone, and to no surprise, it is some dame yakking about something. It's always the same with dames. Always roped and affixed to some John with busy meat hooks and a spell of bad habits. Makes a man reach for his flash just thinking about it. Man, if you'll just settle down, I'll tell us to listen. I can barely understand your word here. Sweetheart, can't make heads or tails or... That woman was clearly hysterical. Hang up. It was clearly hysterical. Doesn't matter what she had to say though. Hard-boiled lug like you. Seen enough weepy lambs and spoiled makeup jobs to know what the matter is. What the matter is, there's a problem. You'll be damned if you aren't gonna be the fellas to sleuth it. There's only one thing left to do now. Man. Boza's team. The world is real. Guess those are just too little spaced out the machine gun and Tommy gun. Oh, there probably was, but probably just didn't feel like actually doing it. Would you like to play another game? So MK just stuck in here the rest of the time playing games with death. Um, Cellar room solved. When I at least get this last. This last song done. This is actually a pretty good one. 134 pages, 47 pages. Could easily do that on Saturday. And see some extra. Then do Bard Quest and Jailbreak. See how stuff tied into there. Then probably do maybe some old comics or stuff. But yeah, that's about it for that. And this next song is only 4 minutes. It's pretty good. So I just want to see where it'll go. Well, not where it'll go, but like I want it to play out, just to end it off with a bang. Let's see who is on for me to raid. 3 people. I guess I'll just raid hard gods. Here we go. Fucking Carne Valet. Well, Carnate Val is what it's supposed to be references, but it's Latin. Val apparently means world or valley. So, Carne, Val, world of meat. I mean, assuming Carne would be Latin. So yeah, Meat World or World of Meat, Carnate Val, and also reference to Carnival, fitting that specific part of the comic for what's happening. 'Cause it is just a carnival bullshit. Well, he just started to stream. Well, that's pretty good. It's only about to be 12. what, 10 hours to get 1,000 pages done, 1,600 pages done. It's actually not that bad. I mean, mostly because I was stopping and reading other stuff, and it was 2 pages. It was like 4 or 5 pages that was actually pretty long. It took me a while to read. And there were moments where I was ranting about stuff. So it was actually probably if I just read and hadn't wasted time doing other stuff. Not really wasted it, but spent time doing other stuff. Probably would be more like 9 or 8 hours. Okay, well, let's not play the other one. Let's save that for later. But yeah, I appreciate everybody stopping by. Appreciate the people who watch the VODs, people who were lurking. Appreciate Slaughter with the raid. Appreciate everybody who came in with the raid and stuck around for the ridiculous bullshit that I'm sure you didn't understand at all and probably really confused as to why I was reading it. But appreciate How's the Mic and Gamer for lurking. Appreciate Lex for coming by. Appreciate well, if there's anyone else, I appreciate you as well. Yeah. So I'm glad I did this. This was pretty fun. I think I'll continue to do this type of content. And I obviously enjoy the VTuber aspect of it. I think I'll try to lean more into that, see what I can do. There's plenty of characters in the Homestuck universe for me to create avatars of. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow with some other one. Finally starting to feel better enough to actually play games. We'll see if I don't fucking end up trying to kill myself after this bullshit, because Earthbound, which is Mother 2, was already bad enough and made me hate my life, so we'll see. But yeah, let's start the raid. There's a good bit of delay on the stream, which means my words will get cut off if I start the raid now, so I'll just wait for it to actually catch up, so it actually doesn't cut off the stream and stop this entire fucking thing from being caught on the VOD like it has the last 2 times. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. I'll see you guys later. See you guys tomorrow. Appreciate everybody. You guys have a great weekend. I'll see you guys very soon. You know, I'm just gonna wait here for a little bit so I can actually catch up and catch everything. So yeah, it's just gonna be kind of awkward silence for you guys, but it's gonna be awkward silence for me until it catches up. But yeah, it's Raid Hardcats. Peace out.